great show, but what everybody needs to understand is that the show is not just a show. It was a
Mm-hmm.
message being sent.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
thing is, a lot of people are talking about Lady Gaga. The reason why he chose Lady Gaga is to send a message that he is not biased. He's trying to mix the culture of Puerto Rico. I'm Puerto Rican myself.
Ah, okay,
He's trying
perfect. Perfect.
he's trying to mix the culture and let people know that us Puerto Ricans can get along with whoever it is and be happy in life.
Mm.
That's why he chose Lady Gaga, because if he would have chose a Spanish artist other than Lady Gaga, it
Mm-hmm.
would have been a whole different story. People would have been saying, why didn't he choose somebody that was American?
Mm.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
my thing, and then Lady Gaga was sending a message. She was dressed. I don't know if you guys noticed, but she was dressed in the same colors as the Puerto Rican flag,
That's right. That's right.
and that's sending a message that not only us Puerto Ricans can get along with Americans, but also Americans can get along with the Puerto Ricans. You know,
Mm. Mm-hmm.
that's the
Mm-hmm.
message there. And then a lot of, and I still hear it, and I've been hearing it for since the Super Bowl happened. No, she did an okay job. No, she did an excellent job because she tried to learn Spanish
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
dancing. She tried to get into the culture in a very little span time. If she did it and she wanted to send a message joint with him, then hey, so be it. It was great. And a lot of
Okay.
people doubted him because okay, he's a Spanish artist, but I'm so sure if it was not a Spanish artist that was up there, oh, Super Bowl would have been 100% perfect.
Let me do this. No, hold on. Let me let Catalina wants to come in real quick. Catalina, I'm gonna give you 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll
I
be
know you want
super
to
quick.
comment real quick, and then we're gonna go to Matuko. So Catalina, then Matuko. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. No, I just like I feel like we're blowing past the issue of how problematic she is. Again, she supports Isn't Real. She is a major Zio. She is also known to be a culture vulture. Like I said, she has appropriated off of the Latino community several times in the past. Also, she tried and failed miserably at dancing. I feel like I feel like when it comes to this thing about inclusivity, like we always have to be the ones to do it, and it's just like why they I don't think that it's necessary all the time. I think that it was okay to have a Latino moment. Even shit, I'm Mexican and I'm like, I don't even care if you didn't have Mexican artists up there. Like if it was an all Puerto Rican moment, I'm here for it. But like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
there are Afro Latina artists that could have been chosen. And if they wanted to be inclusivity, we could have chosen some black artists who have been much more collaborative with the Latino community. That I don't know. I just don't. I'll expand upon it later when I can talk more.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't
Perfect.
agree with that.
Okay. Let's. I hear you. All right. We're gonna go to James. Hope you're doing well, brother. Good to have you. So good to have you up here. What are your thoughts about the halftime show and the inclusion of Lady Gaga?
Absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was art in its rawest form. Caroline and I were on a panel. Wait, Carolina? Is it Carolina, Smithy?
No, you were right the first
See,
time.
don't do it.
Oh God damn it! I just
Oh,
started.
it was a message of hope, joy, and love. I think it just I said this the other night, but the abuelita, the dancing, the pose, it was just beautiful and invoked joy. So I want to say that. I think when we talk about Lady Gaga and center her instead of Bad Bunny, it kind of distracts,
Mm-hmm.
and it sets aside his agency in making a
Mm-hmm.
decision.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like he had some influence in her participating, and so I don't know. I think there was an intentional message there. I think that setting aside his agency diminishes his contribution to his own show. Um, I don't know, and this is going to be ignorance on my part. Like, I don't know her interaction with Israel besides her performing there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if there's something I'm missing that makes her a Zionist, share it. Like, I definitely don't know. But I think I don't want to get into the habit of questioning artists' artistic decisions. And I think he made an artistic decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's go to It's Mexavi. What do you think about the halftime show? And then we'll start to ask some specific questions of the panel, and we'll also balance as well. Go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good afternoon, by the way. So realistically, I live in a border town. I am a veteran. I'm a Marine as well. Was a Marine. Realistically, the message he sent was great. I feel a lot of people were expecting more of a party vibe. Maybe that's why. And the people that are just upset that it was Spanish are unfortunately the same people that want separate bathrooms or separate water fountains to diverse us, and that's the sad part. So realistically, it wasn't always about legal immigration. It was just this, and it's sad that we live in this world and our kids are seeing that. I mean, I'm 35-year-old. I got a 20-year-old daughter. I got 4 girls, and it's sad that they're seeing this right now. I mean, I live in Laredo, Texas, and I fly up to Detroit maybe twice a week, and we've encountered where we go to restaurants, and I mean, my daughters we're all American. We're all born here in Georgia. We're actually born in Georgia. But I mean, realistically, it's sad to see that when we go to a restaurant, you have other people trying to force you to speak a language. I mean, our primary language is English, but realistically, it's sad when, they're seeing that now. And I've told my daughter this, and I mean this in no disrespect or anything. I feel it's just, for some reason, you see back in the 60s, late 50s, how segregation was. And it's the same thing. Unfortunately, it's the same thing that's going on right now. It's a sad thing. Sad. But the halftime show was great, though.
Okay.
Message came across as a powerful message. Ricky Martin killed it. I feel Lady Gaga killed it. Again, maybe people were expecting more of a party vibe, which I get. But, I mean, his message was slapping Trump's face right there, man.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that, bro. Let me go to 11, then we'll drop down to Carolina. 11, what do you think about the halftime show? All right, 1 second. Let's see if 11 will come back. And then Vanessa says, horrible, off-key, and boring. Vanessa, we'd love to have you up. And I am looking for folks that... Hey. Hello. Bernie, good to have you. 11, are you there? One more chance, and then we may have to let you go. We'll go to Carolina. All right, Carolina. If you can respond to whatever you would like, we'll see if we can get 11. If not, okay, we'll let 11 go. Okay, go ahead, Carolina. What if you want to respond?
Yeah, no, and I think James does have a good point, and I think honestly, when I brought it up the other night, I didn't even think that it was going to turn into like a big discussion about the Lady Gaga thing. I was just like, like I said, I was just making a joke about it initially because people who know me called me during and after the performance, like, I know you're mad. Like, I know you're mad that she was up there because they know how I feel about Lady Gaga and about those kind of artists in general. But I think it's become a bigger discussion because I've heard more Afro-Latinas, specifically like Afro-Puerto Ricans, talking about, this could have been a moment to highlight like one of those artists. And it's not so much like it didn't detract in the way that I didn't enjoy it, because I absolutely enjoyed the performance. It took me out of the moment for a minute just because, like I said, of how I feel about that particular artist. And just like, I don't know, I am different. Like, I didn't grow up worshiping white artists the way some people from my community did. That's never been my thing. I don't like their genres of music. I just am not like that. So it's always been something that's really weird for me to understand when people from my community idolize people like that. And I think when people were talking about the LGBTQ representation, I mean, we had Ricky Martin there. Ricky Martin is part of that community. He's a great example. Cardi was there. Cardi could have came out as the Afro-Latino representation, I think. And that for me is the bigger message. It was a missed moment to pay homage to the fact that Afro-Latinos, specifically Afro-Puerto Ricans and Panamanians, are the, forefathers of reggaeton and these genres that have made his career And so I feel like highlighting them was a missed opportunity. I still love it. I still, am happy that all the MAGA bichos and all the MAGA people are like very, upset about this. I'm happy that the racists are upset. Cause whatever. But I think that's like my issue. And like I said, for me, the culture vulture issue has always been something that I take very seriously. So seeing a woman like that who I already don't like, and again, it's personal for me, wearing a salsa dress and doing a rendition of salsa is just like, oh my God, like, I don't know. I get where everybody else is coming from. I just have a really deep-seated ick when it comes to people like Lady Gaga. So that's what it was for me.
All right. Is there anybody in the chat that did not like the show? You watched it, you were either underwhelmed or you thought, you know what, I didn't like it. And just let me know. Put a 1 if you felt like that in the comments. I just want to see if we have anybody that just didn't like it at all. If not, we'll continue the discussion. I think James, you want to come in real quick. Go ahead.
So I'm going to agree with Carolina on one point. Lady Gaga is a shitty artist, at least for me, right? Like, in critiquing her music, I'm not a person that cares at all what Lady Gaga sings. I hear the critique about her being a Zio. The last time she performed, I think, was 2014 in Israel. And let me name very clearly that I think the people that are in the government of Israel need to be at The Hague, so that I'm clear about that. I just kind of feel like it's a distract. Like, I feel like even mentioning her centers her whiteness. And in the grand scheme of things, she was up there for 30 seconds. It was a really, really good performance for him, but I don't disagree with Carolina.
Thank you, JS, for that gift to Carolina.
Carolina, I'm sorry.
Why?
I'm telling you, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Listen. We got over 600 people in here. We only got 22,000 likes. Please tap the screen. Please share out the live. We're having a good discussion, right? I think it will get passionate as we have folks that come up and probably have a different opinion. But so please tap the screen. We're only at 22,000 likes. Let's get the likes up.
And I will say James has a point. Like, cause like I said, when I initially said it, I didn't think it was going to turn into a think piece thing. I was, but other people have had comments on it. So, I do think the overall message was most important, but I agree. James has a point. Like, I honestly, if I never see Lady Gaga again, will be a wonderful day.
Right? Like, who cares that she was up there? She's like an afterthought, and I guess it's good for the critique, right? Art is meant to be critiqued. I don't think I have a single Lady Gaga song on my phone or like on my.
You don't like Poker Face? No, I'm kidding, James.
All right, let's do this. It's Sincere's turn. Let me let Sincere come in. Sincere, anything else you want to mention, fam, before I let you go?
How you cut me off? How you cut me off? You know
I thought you were
it's
finished.
because I'm black. It's because I'm black.
Oh, Lord.
I'm crying. Otherwise than that, I agree with both Catalina and James, like with the whole thing. I think we shouldn't really center Lady Gaga too much because again, she was only up there for 30 seconds. I mean, like I said, it's one of those things where, yeah, it could have been somebody else, but I still overall love Bad Bunny and what he did, and I'm glad he got the most views too as well. I'm glad Trump was actually watching it too. That was funny. I saw that video as well. That made me laugh because again, you were supposed to be watching Kid Rock. Remember, the man that was bong diggy bong di dang di dang diggy diggy. That still got people wrapped up in court in litigation because he's stealing people's stuff. But nobody wants to talk about that.
Okay, all right. Let's do this. I think Daniel, if I remember from the morning, had a dissenting view. So I want to let Daniel come in, and then I want to let Molly and me come in too and hear their perspective. But let's go Daniel first. Daniel, if I remember, you weren't really feeling the show. If you could remind the folks as to exactly why.
Oh yeah, and once again, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and what leading up to the show, my expectations were high because we had Kendrick last year who destroyed the Super Bowl and had a good performance. Though
Mm-hmm.
Hispanic people were saying clock in, Black people were saying clock in, and I was looking forward to the whole thing and just saw the performance. It wasn't good, it wasn't bad, it was just mediocre and just overall just very forgettable. It felt small scale. I was not feeling the cinematography, and it felt like they were scared to have Bad Bunny, but had him there anyway. And so you could tell Bad Bunny wasn't comfortable. You can tell he wasn't in his prime, and they didn't really do a lot of the songs that I know that he had done. It was overall just not a good performance and didn't showcase the culture. And I also didn't appreciate the women he had just, dancing in short shorts and, the gyration when this is a family event and families watch and stuff. And who wants to see that type of nonsense? So that's my personal pet peeve with this
Okay.
performance.
So let me get this. Let me just encapsulate it then. Since I'm gonna let Sincere go, I'm gonna let her have another comment. So one, you felt it was just kind of overall cinematography was not necessarily the best, and then two, you had a problem with some of the dancing during the show. Okay, all right, Sincere. What are your thoughts? Go ahead, fam. I'll give you another opportunity, and then I want to go to RJ.
I'm just like I understand that aspect of it, but still and foremost, it's dancing, and usually within that genre of music, it like I guess I get it, but if you were so concerned about your children watching it, maybe they shouldn't be watching the halftime show with you. I'm just saying, like, again, it's a new generation, and I get the dancing and the short shorts, but it was part of the whole production in itself, and it was part of the representation too, as well, especially for the culture in itself. And we know, especially with those types of genres, they do have some type of allude movements to it too, as well. But I mean, I guess.
Okay. All right, Sincere fam. Thank you so much for coming up. James, re-request. I don't know what happened, man.
I was gonna ask too.
Yeah,
What
thank you, fam.
happened?
What's that? Yeah, re-request, bro. I don't know what happened. I don't know how you got kicked. Yeah, let me send you an invite.
Can I say one quick thing to Daniel, real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so Daniel, it's just kind of odd. Like, I don't know, this whole clutching my pearls thing is just super weird to me. Like, but it's kind of odd that you said, "Oh, he didn't perform a lot of the songs that I know," but then you were complaining about the gyration. Like, sir, if he had performed some of his better songs, and more popular songs, there would have been a whole lot more ass shaking up there. So I'm like, I just feel like the critique is disingenuous. I'm not gonna lie. This whole, I don't understand what people's issue is about dancing and why you have to like sexualize everything. It's just kind of weird to me. It's very prudish, and that critique doesn't make any sense. To say that it was like, whatever, low energy or whatever, however you described it, was crazy. The cinematography on it was impeccable. The symbolism was impeccable. Like, that was an amazing display. The message and the theme in and of itself was the strongest point about it. So I don't know. That's just kind of a really weird critique.
Okay. All right, let me go. Molly and me, what did you think about the halftime show? And then Daniel, I'll give you an opportunity to respond. And then we are going to start probably with timers. We'll go down to RJ and Jermaine. What did you think about the halftime show, Molly?
I love the halftime show because I liked all the symbolism in it. But to answer your question,
Hey, I'm sorry, so sorry. Your volume is really low.
in my house. Can you hear me better now?
No, it's still really low.
Go to somebody else and then come back.
Okay. All right. We'll meet you and then we'll come back. All right. Let me go to RJ. RJ, anything else you want to say? You want to respond to Daniel or any final comment you want to give? I do have to psych you. Got to get some other folks up, but I want to give you another opportunity.
I just want to say that I don't know, it's hard because I can see where he's coming from, but I don't at the same time. Like, I think it's I won't say the culture change, but like it kind of evolves. So the whole dancing part, I didn't personally didn't see much of it. I wasn't paying attention at all. But
Okay.
but I don't know. It just sounds weird to me.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Hey, I'm gonna let you down, man. Thank you so much for coming up, bro. Appreciate you. All right, we're gonna let RJ go. Thank you, RJ. Appreciate you. Let's go to actually Daniel. If you want a minute to respond, go ahead. I'll give that to you.
Yeah, like, well, what she was saying, if he did perform a lot of songs, that I know, there would have been a lot more, provocative in this though. So maybe it's just best though. But my point still stands, and I still stand by that though. My little nieces were even with the family when the performance came on too. I cover their eyes real fast because they don't need to be seeing all that nonsense, and I still stand by that though. Many Super Bowls have had a problem with this sort of dance movement though. I still think it should be a family event and be keeping it PG for a little bit though. If Kendrick Lamar had his Squabble Up girls gyrating and acting a damn fool last year, they would have got dragging through the mud. They would have dragged Kendrick Lamar through the mud. But because it's the Hispanic community and this is quote unquote a culture thing, then it just gets shrugged off like, oh no, it's okay. They're just enjoying themselves and having a good time. It wasn't given classy at all. And this is your chance to show people what your culture is all about. I appreciate the drink. I appreciate the food. The little wedding was cute and stuff like that. Though Cardi B was there for a half minute, but then Lady Gaga and then the gyration, and then just wasn't given too much of a classy good time. So that's all I got. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, all right, Daniel. Let me
It's
go.
Latino. It's Latino, not Hispanic. Just so everybody knows, we're not talking about Hispanics. It's a Latino culture. There's a difference.
Okay, let me go to James. James, you got to go. Go ahead, get your closing, and then I want to get the two new panelists in, Cammie and Naquan. Go ahead. Go ahead, James. Close the statement.
Well, thank you so much for having me up, Smitty. It's always a pleasure. I want to first say it was a beautiful performance. Who cares what people think about the gyration or dancing or whatever they want to call it? The same people critiquing him would have been the same people critiquing Kendrick Lamar, and I mean that's that for that. I think art is meant to be critiqued, so he has an opinion. His opinion was shared. I disagree. I think I'm not in the position to critique or police women's bodies and how they utilize them. So, Anyway, I also want to say as I go to celebrate what is my 25th birthday, and I'm lying because it's not really my birthday. I mean, it is my birthday, but I'm not turning 25.
Happy birthday!
Thank you,
Happy
Carolina.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you,
Go back on
Carolina.
mute.
Let's get some happy birthdays in the chat, y'all.
Happy
Let's spam the
birthday,
happy
James.
birthday.
My
to
birthday's tomorrow, by the way.
James.
Oh, nice, Jermaine.
Hey, brother.
And as I go to celebrate my birthday, I just want to commend somebody who is on a very hard journey. If y'all don't know that Naquan is on a journey, I just want you all to pray for him, because I saw him in the comment section talking about something related to me, and you not letting me talk, Smitty. And I know that he is on a hard journey to Mordor with that one ring to melt it, because that's what hobbits do. And since the Hobbit came up here talking crazy to me, I just wanted to say to him, good luck to him as he tries to destroy the One Ring, because I know it's important to him. And we want to pray for him, Frodo Baggins and Bilbo and the rest of them as they go to destroy that ring. All right.
My
Naquan.
precious. But how you gonna call me a hobbit after I told you I
Oh, Lordy. I was like, where is this going? All right, hold on. Let me do this. All right. I'm letting you go, bro. I got.
It's because I'm black.
Goodbye. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, James. Even though I should take my happy birthday back after that mispronunciation, but whatever.
Let me go to Cammie. All right, we're back to our regularly scheduled programming. Cammie, what were your thoughts on the halftime show?
Hi, can you guys hear
including
me?
Lady Gaga. What'd you think?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm from PR and I appreciate every single type of critique y'all do. I really don't mind. I am actual native. I am actually currently in PR and I lived the experience of, watching it in PR. And it was actually crazy. But I really wanted to clarify something up that maybe y'all didn't caught, because it was in Spanish. So right before Lady Gaga got introduced, Bad Bunny sang "Esto es lo que tú querías," which means this is what you wanted, and then proceeds to have, you know, a United States American citizen singing, which is like a statement, you know, like, you know, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yep.
I've never done this. I've never come up in like a live or
You're
talk or
doing good.
anything.
You're doing great.
Great. So like, I just really wanted some people to have that perspective that it was like an homage to like, yeah, I know this is what y'all wanted, but I just really wanted to bring my culture over to you guys because it's a fun place to be. If y'all have ever had the blessing of coming down to PR, y'all know that it's like a party. And yeah, I mean, I know the moves aren't like, you know, PG-13, but like you grow up here watching that. So like for us, it's nothing new. I mean, I'm sure gay for you guys, it's, you know, holy shit, what the fuck? That's not, you know, PG. That's not, you know, my children, cover your eyes. Like, yeah, clutching pearls. I get that. But it is really what we do from United States all the way down to like Chile. That's what we do. And it's a fun party. Like, I mean, I'm just happy y'all guys, like you guys, most of you guys enjoyed it. It was meant to be enjoyed. Like, just feel the rhythm, not just let yourself go by what he's saying. So like, yeah,
Thank you, Danny.
that's my perspective. I'm just glad that you guys enjoyed it. I just really wanted y'all to know that it mostly is a statement about, you know, what's going on currently and that it's just a big unity piece. It was beautiful.
All right, Cammie. Thank you so much. We'll keep you up a
No,
little
thank
bit
you.
longer. We'll go to Naquan, and then we're gonna go to Samantha, and then we'll get Jermaine in. I know it's been a minute for you, bro. But please tap the screen. We're only at 45,000 likes. I know this is an evening live. You're probably taking it easy, right? You're enjoying the perspectives and all that good stuff. But I do want to get and get them to be able to opine. Naquan, brother, go ahead. What were your thoughts on the halftime show? And then Samantha, and then Jermaine.
Yeah, I loved it because I understood the matches. I know about the sugar cane and the during and after slavery. I know about how the power go out in Mexico and Puerto Rico like it's like it's nothing. So I understood the message, but it was the gyrating part that just threw me off. We could trace gyrating back to Africa, to Jamaica, Haiti, etc. Gyrating has been in black and brown culture for the beginning of time. So to say gyrating was an issue, an issue is wild. It's wild. It literally we can look at old African videos of them dancing by using their hips. This is nothing new. It's dancing. It's dancing. When you're trying to police people having fun, I don't know where that's coming from. Like they're out there having fun. They're enjoying their self. You didn't have to tune into it if you did not understand the message. But I love Kendrick Lamar, but I don't understand how you didn't have an issue with him up there crip walking though. And I love Kendrick Lamar. You didn't bring up the point of Kendrick Lamar crip walking, which is gang. You didn't have an issue with that part though. But gyrating is the cutoff part.
Okay. All right. Let's let Daniel respond really quickly. Then we'll go to Jermaine, and then we'll go to Latina Steph. All right. Daniel, your response to Naquan, and then we'll go to Jermaine.
I mean, we can get into the like. I'm not trying to get it like with the kind of. I don't think I'm gonna say sea walking for right now. Even with the sea walking, that showed that there was a lot of because it was Serena who was sea walking to begin with. Though it served as her getting back at the Olympics for making fun of her for sea walking after she won the medal or whatever. It had a lot of symbolism with that, though. I mean, it still has ties in black culture, and they have problems with that. I'm not knocking that down. I'm really not knocking that down whatsoever, though. But like, I think not everything do need to be just sexed up for television. We can have a good time. We're just not trying to get too provocative. And I'm going to say it for the second time though. If Kendrick Lamar had the Squabble Up Girls, gyrating or just dancing provocatively, it's still like they would have been dragged through the mud. But then since these are Latino women and they get more passes than Black Americans, then it was able to slide though. But had it been Black women, they would have been called all types of ghetto broads or whatever though. They can do this, but we can't.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. Let me let's do this. Let's go ahead, Jermaine. I'm gonna give you a quick 2 minutes, and then we'll go to Latina Steph, and then Catalina will come down to you. Go ahead, Jermaine.
Oh boy, that was just straight ignorance right there. First off, like again, like I don't know who says gyrate. I don't know what are we like 80 right now. But at the end of the day, that is Latino culture. That is Black American culture. That comes from many different backgrounds. So I rather they do that. People watch that than to watch some TPUSA Turning Point not that word, but Turning Point bullshit halftime show. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's bigger things to be worried about. Again, because I feel like we're just nitpicking for no reason. You get what I'm saying? So it's not even an issue. Like, that is culture. Like, if anything, that is culture. That is having fun, symbolism, having a great time. He's literally talking about unity, spreading love, having fun, having a good time, all while tying a political message into it all at the same time. That was a one-of-one performance. Like, twerking, dancing, moving your hips, all that is culture. It goes back centuries and centuries ago. This is nothing new, man. I feel like you're only playing because it's being televised on a national stage. Like, who cares? Like, again, we can't just sit here and nitpick things that doesn't even make sense at the end of the day. So I just wanted to point that out. Like, who cares about any of their gyrating? Like, that is culture. Always has been, always will be.
Wait,
right,
can I point something out
real quick, because I got to practice Latinas.
I got into the chat a little late, but I actually went to the audition for the salsa role. Yeah, I live in Los Angeles. I didn't get in because I'm not with my dance agent anymore.
Okay.
And obviously a lot of my friends were performing. Some of them are in that picture. So I don't know what you guys exactly were talking about, but I heard someone saying that this wasn't culturally right, or what were you talking about? Because when the audition that I went to, that I saw the choreography, I didn't get to go inside, like I said. Melanie Charm was the choreographer, yes, but Melanie was the assistant choreographer, and she was in charge of the salsa part, which was salsa on 2. So I don't know what you guys were talking about, but why was somebody saying that just it's sexualized?
So we gotta be careful about that, saying that the S word, but on the app, But
that's right. Because we could get
you're good. Yeah, I think Daniel's perspective was that he thought for the audience that this was a Super Bowl, that it was a little excessive. How do you feel about that? And then also, we've also been talking about the inclusion of Lady Gaga in the performance. Some people feel that it was great. Some people feel like it wasn't as great. So those are the two perspectives that we're talking about.
I think with this scene, I don't find it sexual.
Just be careful with that word again.
So I know. I don't find it.
Yep.
Yeah. I think this is part of our culture, the Latin culture, the reggaeton parties. Can I say grinding or no?
Yeah, you can say that.
Because I'm like trying to find other terms. This is part of our culture. Like at a house party, I remember being in Jersey in the basement dancing. And that's what he wanted, obviously, to portray in some of the scenes. With Lady Gaga, at first I was upset about it because I would have preferred to see El Gran Combo, Mark Anthony. El Gran Combo is Nueva York, that song that he sampled. They're the original. For those who don't know, they're the original artists. So I would have preferred to see El Gran Combo or Mark Anthony or even Daddy Yankee, like somebody, besides Lady Gaga, which I love Lady Gaga. She's an amazing singer. She's an amazing performer. She inspires me, but I just felt like I would have preferred to see another Latin artist perform besides Ricky Martin. And then I will say, then when I was like reading the symbolization of why he brought her out, it was because of the unity thing, what you mentioned earlier. So then I was like, okay, I get it. If you see in Monaco, when he's like, esto es lo que tú querías, right? He's saying this is what you guys wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he brought her out. This is what they wanted. They wanted an American artist. That's what I got from that interpretation, from that scene. Is what right when he's like talking to the screen and he's like, "Esto es lo que tú querías," and then it goes to Lady Gaga and the way.
Right.
And he was telling the people, "This is what y'all wanted."
Okay. All right. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Carolina. I know you want to jump in.
And also, not everything. Oh, do you have to go back to her? Not everything was the S word, because the salsa scene was very like theatrical dancing, and that's the role that I was going to audition for, actually.
Okay.
So not everything, was. I think it was very like cultural background with the beginning, the sugar plantations, the power going off in Dominican Republic. The power goes off all the time. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's just my interpretation on it, especially being there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, let me go to Carolina. Carolina, you want to jump in? Go ahead.
I do, because Daniel, like, oh my God, so much. So how do I condense this real quick? First of all, this idea that Latino women don't get the same type of smoke, I don't think you have any idea how many times I've been called ghetto. And I don't care, because I'm from the hood and I wear that with a fucking badge. I don't care. But so that was kind of a crazy comment to make. But also, I want to bring this to an actual very good critique. And I did a paper on this when I was in college about Latino cinema. And what's very interesting is that if you were to compare Latin American cinema to the United States, it is much more schmexualized. There's a lot more kind of like passionate, those type of scenes in there. It's much more casual than you would see in the United States. However, what's much more casual in the United States is violence. And what I find very interesting is like this whole, this is, like you brought up a good point about sea walking is not offensive, but gyrating is. I'm not offended by either. Like, we could crip walk and perrer, and I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do both. But you have a very good point about that. So we're talking about like, there's children watching this. Guess what? That's a conscious decision that their parents make. This is an adult event. I don't care what anybody says. These are adults playing on that field. We are actively watching, and don't get me wrong, I love football, but we are actively watching men put their bodies through horrible conditions, to the point where the majority of NFL players end up with CTEs. And this is there's a lot of violence in that. We're watching them slam into each other. I'm trying to take this approach that if we're going to nitpick, right? Because trust me, I enjoy watching football, but there are long-term, problems that result of these men putting their bodies through that type of stress and strain and hurting people. We even had an incident where we actually watched a man almost unalive on the field and have to be, taken off on a stretcher just a few years ago. So like, we're okay with that. We're okay with our children seeing that. But, shaking some hips is just, oh my God. Like, sir, this is not church. It was Sunday. If it was so important for your children to see something wholesome, take them to the church. Take them wherever. But it's a football game where the majority of people there and the majority of people watching are adults. Like, please grow the fuck up.
All right. Thank you, Carolina. Let me just get the new panelists in, and then we'll have to start cycling again. Let me go to Samantha. Samantha, what do you think about the halftime show?
Personally, I loved it. I'm Hispanic. I'm not. I'm just Hispanic, but I honestly loved it. I loved the music. I loved the show. I feel like there's a lot of hate behind all of it, for sure. I didn't hear like much of all the conversation, but I did hear some of Daniel's point where the gyrating was a little too much for children to be watching. But I feel like a lot of Super Bowls have had, there's like the Rihanna one. I feel like they were twerking in that one, and there was no backlash there. And we've had a lot of like different artists perform who sing about partying or like going out and drinking and stuff. So I don't see why we would be nitpicking at things like that. But I thought the show was great in general, and I think honestly that was all I had to say.
Okay, all right, we're gonna let you down. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
For sure.
Yeah.
Can I also say, like, there was children at the audition and there was children on stage. So I feel like the children were performing. I don't think, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I don't agree with what.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What was that guy's name? What was that guy's name? The one that
Jermaine?
said that it was sexual. I mean, I'm sorry, I said this. Yeah, him, Jermaine. I don't agree with what he had to say because there was children performing. Like,
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. No, I appreciate that. Naquan, go. You had a couple questions you want to drop. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you have an issue with making it sexual, correct? That's your issue, right? So my question is, do you kiss or hold hand in front of your kids? Because that's sexual.
I was gonna say we shouldn't even kiss and probably even hold hands in front of children.
I'm asking you. Do you?
Don't have no kids myself, but like yes, but
do you
yes,
do it in front of kids? Period.
Would not just can answer the question?
You don't have.
Yeah.
Didn't you invent an imaginary daughter earlier? Okay.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let's not finish.
No.
Yeah, because I heard kids. I heard kids, which means if we're gonna judge people for quote unquote sexual, that means you don't hold hands in front of kids. You don't.
No, I said my nieces came over that Sunday to sit down and watch the game.
So you do have kids around you. Do you
Yes,
do you kiss and stuff in front of them?
Yes, I have before in front of my nieces. Yes,
So
I have.
you've done sexual acts in front of them.
Hun, that's a form of expression. Kissing is just a
Sexual
form of
acts.
holding hands, holding hands,
but
holding hands and kissing is not schmeck. I mean, it's a form of affection. It's a form of affection. Do you kiss your mom on the lips? Is that sexual? I mean, no. Do you kiss your mom on the cheek? Is that sexual?
Kissing on the cheek and kissing on the lips are two different things.
You're not really making.
Chat, let me clarify.
You're not
holding hands. No, kissing can be sexual. Depending on how you kiss someone, it can be sexual. But again, kissing on the cheeks and holding hands are two different things.
We're comparing apples to oranges. You're not really making a good case with this one. You got to try harder. Harder.
It's not. it's literally depending on how you kiss someone, it can be sexual.
Okay, so let's
no. That's not no. We're comparing forms of expression to actual provocative dance moves, though. I mean, well, this is not just this. Even goes beyond the Super Bowl, though. Me personally, not everything just needs to just get turned and just get like that's for adults. I mean, this form of dancing that should just be in the club. That should just be a form of entertainment for just adults and things like that. And whether you like it or not, though, the Super Bowl is a family event, though. Like since I was a kid, I couldn't wait for Super Bowl Sunday with my family. We all gather around by the TV and watch who's going to perform, or watch who's going to win the game and things like that. That was the one time in our country where everybody of all races and ethnicity come together to just watch something good and things like that. So I think we're not getting too caught away.
All right. Hey, Nicola, I'm gonna let you go, brother.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Let me go. Who wants to? Jermaine, I think it's been a while for you, brother. Go ahead.
I mean, I think you said you was gonna ask the panel go to some questions, but I just wanted to say, complaining about that, Smitty, before you go to ask your questions.
Go ahead.
He's complaining about that, but he probably has nothing to. He probably didn't say anything about these AI ads that were being forced on us in the Super Bowl. They literally aired a hyper surveillance ad of a Ring camera and try to portray it as missing dogs. They're doing hyper surveillance ads. They're doing gambling ads. They're forcing gambling ads down our throats. Right? These ads were very problematic, Smitty. But yet he's talking about sexualization and clothes kind of wearing. Literally, we're seeing these right-wing oppressive ads that were in the Super Bowl, literally forcing gambling down our throats, hyper surveillance on us, AI literally destroying the community and natural resources. Like, come on, let's pick and choose. Next
Who says
question.
Who says we can't talk about both, though? But we fought talking about this performance, though. And by the way, just the gyration was just part of my list, though. But the performance itself, though, if we remove the provocative dancing, though, we gotta stop juicing this performance up. Though it was just average. I really did not. It was not no fiesta. I didn't feel the urge to move my feet, and I wish there was subtitles though. And y'all have to realize not every single American is going to gravitate towards this performance.
So Daniel, you're actually getting to the question I did want to ask the panel. Did you have a problem with the performance being totally in Spanish? What did you think about that?
I did have a problem with it being all the way in Spanish. I did. I did go into it in open arms, though. I can deal with a song in a different language if I can feel the beat, or I can kind of make out what they're saying through the language, though. But I couldn't really make out what he was trying to do or say through the language, and I wasn't feeling the beat and the vibrations in the song. And I wish there was subtitles, though. I took Spanish in high school, but I flunked. I only did it for some extracurricular activities, though. But I can't speak not one lick of damn Spanish, though. So I just really wish there would have been some subtitles.
Okay. All right. Let me go. Let's go to, let me go to Cami. Cami, go ahead. What are your thoughts? I'm assuming you were totally okay with it being in Spanish, but how do you feel about what you just heard from Daniel and other folks that might have thought that it was a missed opportunity and to not have it in English? What do you think?
I mean, I understand. I get where they're coming from, and it's totally fine. I mean, yeah, if it were like, I don't know, let's say if it was like I don't know, any other language other than English or Spanish, I would have been the same. But like, this type of Super Bowl was meant for you to feel it. You don't necessarily got to know what it means. You don't necessarily got to know what it says. Because like, I mean, the vibes are supposed to be there. If you can't catch them, that's not, his problem. It was really fun, and I totally forgot what everybody else said because I was wait. I wanted to say something earlier on about the schmexual dance moves. So like, if you indulge a little bit in like our culture and our bomba, our plena, our salsa, you know that there are very, very, very similar moves in our cultural dances that are very PG-13 that have adapted to what it's now perreo.
Yes.
And the only difference is that the skirts are shorter. That's it. That's the only difference. You put a long white skirt over that, and you just move it while you're doing that move, and it's bomba and it's plena. So like, it's still cultural. It's just a different version of it, and it's ours, and it's República Dominicana, and it's every other Latin American culture because we're all mixed, and we're all the same person. We just have a little accent,
Okay.
But anyway. I didn't want to make it so, I don't want to make it too political because it's really mostly fucking vibes. I mean, sorry, shoot. It's mainly vibes, but yeah, I mean, I really understand. I do. I get it. He did give y'all time though to learn it a little bit. He did warn y'all.
All right. Hey, Cami, I'm gonna let you go, but thank you so much for coming up. Okay.
Sure enough. Thank you for having me.
All right. All righty. Let me go to. Let's go. Oh yeah, go ahead. Latina stuff. Go ahead.
I think, I get it that you don't understand it. And maybe, there could have been some subtitles, but that's why you look at the stuff after to get the meaning of everything, what it symbolized. Like there was a whole explanation on it. And with that being said, I wish people understood this album, Debí Tirar Más Foto, because it has so much cultural background. It goes back to like when Puerto Rico first started. African roots. It goes back to that. What she was talking about, plena and bomba, that's all African descent, right? So like, I wish people could really understand this album because I was telling my friend, I was like, he won Album of the Year for a reason, right? But it has so much cultural background and it goes back to Africa, the album, right? Yeah, there's reggaeton in it too, but I just wish everyone could understand this album if they can translate it because it just has a lot of cultural background that you don't understand, obviously, because you don't speak Spanish.
Okay.
And that's the
Daniel,
and that's
real
the,
quick
and that's the thing.
response. Go ahead, and then I'm gonna go GBS. Go ahead, Daniel.
And that's the thing right there too, though. I'm a casual Bad Bunny listener. Like I heard his songs here and there, though, because he used to be a feature on a lot of rap songs. Though I had no idea he went back to singing, but he was a Spanish trap rapper for years. He's genre swapping, but I'm gonna leave it at that for right now, though. But I had no idea he sold over 60 million units in America and like not to mention Brazil and parts in Spain. I had no idea that he was breaking these records though. But his performance to yesterday or the day before does not show that he's breaking records, in my personal opinion.
Okay. All right. Let me go to JBS. JBS, go ahead, brother. Good to have you on it. What do you think about the show?
What's up, Smitty? I just want to just take a pause for a moment, and I'll share some insights on the show. I think first let's think about this young man's journey. 10 years ago, he was bagging groceries, right? And look how far he's come to this point. And I think I think one of the critiques was, well, look at the production. I don't know how many people know what goes into production, but it's like you miss the biggest message of unity if you're just looking at the production and saying, well, the production wasn't all that great, but I completely missed everything else that was said during his performance. And what happened, whether you understand the language or not, what happened to saying that music is the universal language of all? You don't need to understand the words to understand the meaning behind it and the intent. That's the other thing. And then so the other critique that I heard, and I don't know anybody on this panel as well as we all need to, but when you say that there's an issue, you're nitpicking and you say that someone's off mute, I think. Or is it me echoing, Smitty?
I think it's you. Everybody else is on mute.
And I think the other thing that you need to consider is when you say there's an issue with the dancing and that children shouldn't be present, I would invite you to think of all the events that happen during the Super Bowl, the families that come over and have a little bit too much of you know what. So, and they're a little bit inebriated and all the foul language that starts to come out of these individuals' mouths. You saying that's more appropriate than people dancing and showing cultural tradition, history, the integration and the unity message behind it. We missed all that to say, well, I didn't like the way they danced. It just didn't look good. My guess is any one of us here has family members that play some really ugly games during on video, and some children to do the same thing. But we want to critique the dancing of this individual and completely miss the entirety of the message that he was trying to convey. And so I think that's where I'll land, Smitty. I find it interesting that people want to nitpick. And by the way, let's not forget that, if you don't speak Spanish and someone said captions, I wish I would have learned it, captions. You know what? You could have put captions on your TV. You could have turned off your TV, to Carolina's point. Ultimately, we have free will. We decide what our children watch and what our children don't watch. We don't deflect blame on anyone else. It is a choice that we make. And that's where I'll end it, Smitty.
I was also speaking from, I'm not religious myself, but from a religious point of view, because my sister and her husband, and they're Christians though, and they came back from Sunday service, and the game was on though, but neither of them had any idea what type of artist Bad Bunny was though, but I was quick to cover their eyes when that scene came in though, because they don't need to be seeing all that type of stuff. Well, my niece is 12 and the other one is 15. Even for my niece that's 15, she like that girl group Cat's Eye, and I'd be checking her with that though, because I'm like, they got bubblegum music, but they're dressing like tramps. You don't need to be indulging with all that nonsense.
Yeah. All right, let's be careful with that word, please. Let me go to Triana. Triana, what do you think about the Super Bowl halftime show?
Oh, I loved it. I thought it was phenomenal. And let me just say that as a musician, and I also do decolonization history, and I'm an Indigenous woman, I teach. There's so much that was so many messages, too many to mention here. I don't want to take up all the time, of course. But I just want to highlight just a couple of things. One, much like Kendrick's show last year, not everybody had to get every message, right? Some people didn't get all the messages that Kendrick sent last year, but they were still vibing with them, right? So somebody here said it was a lot about vibes. This was definitely a political choice, a political show, and an amazing piece of art. Even the choices of flags, pre-Columbian flags, pre-colonization of the United States over Puerto Rico, the light blue in the flag was a choice. To the point of children watching this, and I taught for 12 years and also have nieces and nephews. The whole policing of brown and black bodies when it comes to dancing is a very colonial idea. I'm not saying that there isn't content for adults that needs to be separated from children, so I don't want to be misunderstood. But it's a very hypocritical American cultural piece to say, hey, violence is okay, but sexuality is not. And it usually gets brought up when it comes to brown and black bodies more than any other topic. Because to the point of someone that was making here, foul language is used in football games. Football games are inherently violent in nature. I'm not saying they're bad, but it is a violent sport in competition, right? But we're okay with that, right? We censor movies based on adult content, but we consider that the sexy content, right? But if it's super violent and gruesome guns, that's okay. That's okay to show. So I just want to point that out. Women shaking it in a tribal way, dancing tambor. More specifically, the song that everyone talks about, Ella Perrea Sola. That song is about female empowerment. And I understand that not everybody understood the lyrics, and a lot of Latinos don't speak Spanish, and that's okay. But that song says, the first thing, if you go back to the video, listen to what Bad Bunny said. He said, women, dance without fear. Because it's about women being able to dance however they want to dance without being actually harassed in the club like we usually are. And if you saw, the entire lineup in that particular song was only women dancing. Those were all intentional choices to make statements.
Okay.
So I just want to point that out, because the people talking about, oh, kids, this, kids, that. No, of course there's adult content, there's children content. But the policing of bodies that move, and always saying that
Thank you.
when an indigenous woman or when a woman of color moves their body and is inherently sexual, I take issue with that, because that's directly from the colonial playbook. And not every movement that we make is to produce that reaction on other people, but we're always overly fetishized as people. And
Okay.
I just gotta point that out, because that's when usually that conversation always comes up.
No, thank you, Triana. I appreciate that. I appreciate.
But it
that
was
perspective.
awesome. I mean, Latino, and I hope you guys loved it too. And we love you guys, and we love Kendrick. Too, so.
No.
Love for everybody.
No, I loved it. Me encantó. Absolutely. All right, Michelle.
Papa. sorry. I'll shut
Yo
up.
hablo español. Yo lo grabo a nivel intermedio, but I still got more work to do. Let me go to Michelle. Michelle, what did you think?
Hello again. Hello, everybody in the chat. So I'm not gonna. I agree with what people were saying about the dancing. I'm curious though if people watched Kendrick last year or any other Super Bowl. I think it's a way to kind of nitpick. The one thing I want to point out about the language. Number one, I loved the performance. I thought it was amazing. I thought. The visual representation, even if you didn't understand the music, or I understand the language part of it, the Spanish, it told a story from the opening, literally opening in the sugarcane fields. Every single solitary thing was intentional, and I thought that was a wonderful representation of America. This is something that seems to be, talked about quite a bit, like what is considered America, what is considered American. The same people like Megyn Kelly, who had the epic crash out that she had today about this wasn't American, those are the same people who, when complaining about Spanish, will go and dress up and go and watch an Italian opera with no problem, or a German opera. And they have no issues with that, right? These are the same people that during religious services will sing along to Ave Maria, right? With, again, no problems. But all of a sudden, when it's Bad Bunny, right? Now, all of a sudden, it's a problem that it's in Spanish, right? I thought it was phenomenal at the end how he included and challenged the world as to what is considered American, because apparently that now seems to be the question of the day. You either loved it or you hated it, but now there's a referendum, and in Beyonce's words, a requiem, right, on what is American, right? Beyonce challenged what is American, what is country, right? And Bad Bunny did the same exact thing. And I would challenge everybody who is getting a little queasy about their performance, especially around what is quote unquote considered American. Where did that even come from? You need to do a little bit of self-reflection on that, because clearly It was amazing and it was American. And by the way, the highest rated and viewed, well, not rated, but highest viewed Super Bowl of all time.
All right. Thank you, Nichelle. Jermaine, do gotta let you go, brother. Go ahead. Final comment. And then Daniel, same thing. Final comment. We're gonna let both of y'all go, and we will get some other folks up. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, just so you know, my birthday is tomorrow too. So
Man, come by tomorrow. I'll definitely get you up.
For sure, man. I appreciate it. But so I just want to say, because I think Nichelle made a great point. Yeah, well, a lot of language will just say, "Oh, this is by white people. This is very un-American." Do they not know that America is a continent, not a country?
No, they don't. They don't, and that's what
America is a
Bunny had to
continent.
literally tell them last night. They actually
Right, like America is Canada, is the South America, literally. But you see how they took that word, Smitty, and they twisted the narrative and they changed it to like they're convenient. Like you would think America now, you think, oh, well, it's just the United States. No, America is South America, Canada, and here in the United States. So I feel like that's a word we have to really take back. Like America is not the United States. Also, we got to be really careful when we're critiquing things, and critiquing things is fine, but you critique things and you sound literally like a colonizer and a white supremacist talking points because you go from gyrating to now you're talking about religion. You're literally talking their playbook. I feel like we got to be very careful because that is harmful messaging because it's just selective and you're picking and choosing what to care about when there's bigger issues. Like what about the U.S. It's an actively occupying Puerto Rico. Like, if we really want to be honest, this is an occupation, just like they're occupying Hawaii. If we really being for real, you get what I'm saying? So speak to the occupations of the United States has on Puerto Rico if you want to have outrage. So again, appreciate you, Smitty, man. I think that Benito did a great job. I love that it was in Spanish at the end of the day because I like how you unified the black and brown culture together because Smitty, as your lives would say, that's what we need. And that's how we got to keep it going. And Benito did a great job of displaying that.
All
But
right.
appreciate it, Smitty. Y'all have a good night. And
Thank you.
I hate American imperialism.
Hey,
All
Jermaine, make sure you come back tomorrow,
Ooh, I
and
gotta
Auntie will sing happy birthday to you, okay?
All right.
I appreciate it, family. Y'all have a good
All
night.
right.
follow for Jermaine. Yes.
See you later, Jermaine.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
that.
Jermaine. Nice
All
to
right,
meet
let's do
you.
this. Let me go to Daniel. Daniel, final comment, and then we'll go to Club J. Daniel, then Club J.
I mean, look, I try to go into this performance with open eyes and just it's not going to be for everybody. Like I still stand by my points. It should have been some subtitles in English. I'm not a huge Bad Bunny fan. I'm a casual listener, and I wish you also had did that song. I like it like that. You know, that would have been a good way to just close the show. It was too short. They should have squeezed in about 15 more minutes. And that's just really all I gotta say too. And then besides though, I tried, we black folks, we tried to clock in, but y'all made us look bad by having this performance just not be what we expected to. And I'm one of those people that don't believe in black and brown unity. Y'all wanted us to clock in for Bad Bunny and say support the Latino or Hispanic community, but y'all don't stand with us on every other day when we be getting fucked over in this country. So that's what it is. I don't believe in no black and brown unity, but I try to give y'all the benefit of the doubt with this performance. And I was just disappointed by what I had saw and what I had seen. And I stand on my opinion, and that's just how I feel.
Okay.
And as a black woman, I'm extraordinary. As a black woman, I'm extraordinarily disappointed in that take.
Go ahead,
Just
Michelle.
so
If you want
you
to
know.
go, go ahead.
Just so you know, I am so sick and tired of that narrative. Okay, and listen, it's okay to have preferences. It's okay to have opinions about genres and the style of music, but to then turn around and punch down on the community and say, "Oh, listen, I know it was the highest viewed, Super Bowl halftime. I know he just won 3 Grammys. I know this was so amazing, a watershed moment for the Latina community and for Puerto Rico. Hey, but just, on my way out, let me go ahead and crap all over you, blah, 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 black and brown community."
Yeah.
That I'm extraordinarily disappointed.
Yeah.
Could I say something?
Yeah.
About
Go
this?
ahead, Club J. Go ahead, and
Thank
then
you.
yeah.
I guess I'm gonna have to bring the '90s back up again because people went to jail over this. Let's say I'm pretty sure you guys are around the same age as me. We had a Two Live Crew, Uncle Luke, right? Luke Campbell. He went to jail over censorship and indecency. So that in itself, he broke down doors for all of us to have these kind of opportunities to perform at a halftime show, or to have that kind of freedom, to express ourselves, right? And I don't think this generation don't know. They don't understand what it was like back in those days for people to be in the forefront to fight for our constitutional rights to express ourselves and freedom of speech. And those are the people that are lost, and it really makes me angry, because during those times, man, I supported a lot of these people, that fought for our freedoms, right? Even with the music. So, I just want the younger generation to understand this. This is what Daniel was doing. He was spreading censorship in reverse. And that's something that has to stop right now. And basically, if we don't stop it, if we don't call it out, they're going to continue to keep doing it over and over and over again.
Okay. All right. Club J. Thank you. Oh yeah. Real quick, Triana. Let me just make a quick announcement. I got you. I'm gonna come to you. Just give me 1 second. Y'all.
I want to say something too.
Yeah, I got you. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me make a quick announcement. Please continue to tap the screen. Share out the live. I think we're having a good discussion. Let me just say this: if you did not like the performance, or you have a perspective that you haven't felt that's been heard by the panelists, feel free. I see we got about, how many people in the request do we have? Let's see. We've got 38. Okay. So I am looking for a little bit of contrast. So if you have a perspective you felt like it hasn't been heard or shared, or you did not like the performance, please feel free to put a 1. If you're in the request, I'll try to get you up. Okay. We got quite a few folks that still.
Sorry, I was muted. I just wanted to say, thank Michelle for what she said about as a community. No, none of us are perfect. Doesn't matter where we're from, but we all try, I think, our best. And Club J, for saying what you said. One more time, I like to highlight, and also saw it through the 90s, that and what Daniel said was a very colonial view, and it's why I teach what I teach, because you don't have to be white to have a colonized mind. We've all been taught these things. Policing indigenous and Black women's bodies is stopping a movement. That is the language of the oppressor. And I tell you this, if I didn't move in the 90s while I was becoming a woman, if I didn't move, if I stood because my breasts were larger than white girls at the time, and because my butt had a shape, an indigenous shape, I was sexualized for standing. That's without movement. So any slight movement that I would do as a Latina was considered sexual. I don't know how to say it without messing up TikTok. So I refuse that whole policing of women, because that is a tool of the oppression. It's like, look, they oppress us enough. You all don't need to be doing the work for them, is what I usually say to that. And not every woman dances in order to provoke a sexual reaction from a person across the room. Dancing is a form of expression of our native tribes. And it's super important for ceremony. It's super important for everything. And the dancing that you saw was indigenous. It wasn't just throwing A for the sake of throwing A. Though that was tambor. Traditional dancing was done on that stage. And the fact that some people see it sexual is no surprise, especially from beautiful women of color. That's all I gotta say.
All right, thank you, Triana. Please tap the screen. There are some words that we probably shouldn't be using, so we're gonna need all the support we can. Okay, if you have the means, if you want to gift the panelists that you agree with, make sure you follow them. That definitely doesn't cost anything, so please do that as well. Latina Steph, go ahead, and then we're gonna go to the new panelists. We're gonna go to Leticia, Mo Money, and then Pally. Go ahead.
Hey, Smitty.
I was going to say,
after Latina, and then I can drop, please. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. JBS.
I was going to say, for the first time in my career, because I told you I went to the audition. When I saw the call that it said Latinas, and they wanted a Latina cast. And it wasn't only Latinas, because I know some of those dancers are also African American. They speak English. A lot of those dancers didn't speak Spanish. To me, that was like, wow, never in my career have they casted like so many ethnic looking, people. Never. Or Latinos. And I remember having this conversation with a friend of mine. Not that I'm not racist or anything. I don't have anything against anybody, but she was like, I didn't get cast for the audition because I'm white. And I'm like, girl, you guys usually get all the jobs. We don't. So for me, this is like a breakthrough that they're casting so many Afro-Latinos, Black people, dark-skinned people, Latinos. There were a lot of light-skinned Latinas too, but I'm saying like for me, this was a breakthrough because never in my career has it ever been like, usually we don't get the opportunities. Do you know what I mean? So the fact that Bad Bunny like did that for our community was amazing.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me go to JBS. I know you wanted to head out, so I'll give you 2 minutes if you want it. And,
less than that, Smitty. Thank you so much for having me, first and foremost. I just want to I think we also forgot the fact that, wasn't there a couple married on stage? I mean, wasn't that one of the most beautiful gifts someone can give another person? I believe he was invited, but he actually invited him to Super Bowl. And here's the problem with many people that are criticizing what happened during the halftime. And it's something that the young man, Daniel, said. He said he opened his eyes. And the only time you're going to move forward is not when you open your eyes, it's when you open your mind. That's how you progress. And I think that's the biggest gap we have to bridge, is not just opening our eyes, but opening our minds so that we learn, we get better as human beings. And the sooner we do that, the better we get as a society. And so that's where I'll land, Smitty.
All right.
Open your mind, not just your eyes, my friends. Have a great night. Thank you. God bless, bro.
Yeah. God bless. Talk to you soon, bro. All right. Let's go up to the 3 new panelists, actually. We got Leticia, and let's start with you. How did you feel about the halftime performance?
I thought it was amazing. But I want to bring to the panel a different look at things. We know in 2020 we had, I believe the headliner was J-Lo with Shakira. That was all Latin culture. I'd be curious to see if those same people, those same fans watching the Super Bowl this year had that strong of an opinion on that performance based on being a female's point of view. I mean, that's just my take on it. It seems like, he's getting a negative outlook on it. But when it's women out there representing the Latin culture, it's a little bit different take on that. Maybe because, and I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe because they're women and it's easier to look at. Maybe that's easier for people to accept. But I just thought that would be an interesting take to see how people would respond to that versus this. What's the difference?
Okay. All right. Anybody want to opine on that on the panel? And then I want to go to Mo Money. All right. Then we're gonna keep going, but Leticia, I'll keep you up for a second, and then I want to give Mo Money an opportunity. Mo Money, go ahead. Your thoughts on the halftime performance. Mo Money, are you there? Hold on, you may need to. Let's see if can you come off of mute, Mo Money? There we go.
There you go.
Yep. What were your thoughts?
I loved it. I enjoyed it. It was a really good halftime celebration. It came with a positive message, which was really positive about the whole halftime. And for him, for the Latinos, for him to do what he did on a big stage like that is awesome. It's going back to like kind of like somebody said this a little bit earlier, we weren't even allowed to be on that stage. It was only white tees, right? And you know, colored people and everybody else had to fight, had to really earn their stripes to get where they are. Look at in even in the Emmys, right? He was like as front stage, where before the like he would have had to have been part of the Latin Awards, right? Not part of the Emmys, or you know, it was just a totally different vibe. Everything's coming together. Everything's, you know, becoming more equal and with more respect and breaking barriers and continue to be continue to unite and be together is what I'm trying to strive for.
Okay. All right, Mo Money.
When there is a lot of Latinos, like kind of like what somebody said, and I also agree with that. And that they're opposed to that, right? They're Latinos for Trump, and I was like, bro, how can you be a Latino for Trump? Really? You know, and that really upsets the heck out of me. But you know, it is what it is. But as far as this Super Bowl, you know, a lot of props to Bad Bunny, a lot of props to his community, to all the Puerto Ricans. Yeah, it was done really well.
All right. Thank you, Mo Money. I appreciate you coming up. All right, we're gonna let Mo Money go. Thank you. Just real quick, if y'all put a 1 in the comments, okay, when I ask for folks, right, who do not agree, please come up and only if you don't agree. I understand you want to get up. You're like, man, I really want to say how I feel. But the 1s are for people that do not agree, or you just have, you know, Leticia kind of had a point that was very different. Okay. But let's make sure we respect it. Okay. All right. Let me go to Pally, and then we're going to go to Just Call Me. Go ahead, Pally.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Look, I'm Palestinian and I live in Australia, so I don't even speak Spanish, right? And I still got it. Because music isn't just words, it's like the rhythm, the emotion, the visuals, the movement. We had the dancing, the flags, the energy. The message was loud and clear. So the people who are acting offended because it wasn't English, to me that's selective outreach. That screams like xenophobia. Because when they say it's not American, let's break it down. What is American culture anyhow? Because it's built on migrants, on stolen land, while ignoring Indigenous people of Turtle Island. The vibe of telling people to assimilate into what exactly? Because Spanish is literally like one of the most spoken languages in the world, and millions of Americans speak it. You don't need subtitles to feel truth. If you didn't get it, that says more about you than the performance.
All right. Thank you, Pally. Appreciate that. We're going to go to Just Call Me D. Just Call Me D. What did you think about the performance?
I absolutely loved it. I'm Puerto Rican as well. And I wanted to thank Nichelle for saying what she did, because I think the young man that was Daniel, that was talking about how he didn't like the performance, and what he said at the end was very narrow-minded to me. That tells me that he didn't look at the performance with an open mind. I think Black and brown people have been pitted against each other for ages now. And they want it like that because they don't want us to come together. And so, Nichelle, thank you for that, because I feel the same way you do. I'm tired of that narrative. I think we should be supporting each other. And, you know, I think it's time that we come together. And as far as the performance is concerned, like, people don't realize how huge it is that he was able to sing his whole performance in Spanish. And that somebody mentioned that he brought Ricky Martin on. I don't know if people realize that Ricky Martin was part of a huge boy band back in the mid to late 80s called Menudo. And they were national, but they never broke the charts in the US until they made a crossover song. So they had to actually make a song in English to even crack the charts in the US. So for him to be able to use this huge platform and be able to do his whole performance in Spanish it's monumental to us.
Okay. All right. Just Call Me. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate it. We are.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for having. All right. We are looking for people who did not like the performance. Maybe there are none, but if there is somebody that did not like the performance and want to discuss, put a 1 if you're in the requests. So
I've gone through them, my friend. So Vanessa is, and listen, I don't mean to be like rude or whatever, but we do want to have like a discussion. And like Smitty said, it's awesome that so many people loved it. I think that's a beautiful thing. But some of you, like, I know you guys in the request, and you're still in the request. And so please, I'm asking, because it's really difficult to go through them. If you liked the performance, please cancel your request. Cancel it. So Vanessa was somebody that had very strong opinions in the chat, and she is in the request. Yayas, do you have an opposing opinion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great, perfect. Okay, and then there's Vanessa in the chat, Smitty.
Okay, go ahead, Yaya.
Okay. Oh, hi. How are you? I want to say this. I was totally offended, and it has nothing to do with culture or language. It has to do with why it was done and how it was done. The very first social political Super Bowl statement ever in the history of Super Bowl was done last year by Kendrick Lamar. And his performance matched the visuals. And he was putting forth Black Americans' agenda about delineation, okay, that we all have separate ethnicities and cultures and to celebrate that, and reparations, Black Americans being owed from chattel slavery in the United States of America. That was the big push of his political statement, and it got that way because art follows reality. And the culture pushed that message. And then for the following year, out of all the different things you can do, you follow it up with another social political agenda, Bad Bunny. The NFL, who we have been at strike with as a Black community since 2017 with the whole knee thing. The NFL, who just drugged the whole Sanders family publicly, okay? The NFL confronted that whole message, and they used Bad Bunny. And what came out his mouth did not match the visuals, but the visuals were very poignant. He challenged everything that the Black community did last year. At the same time that people are telling Black Americans to come outside and help them with ICE, and we keep saying there's no Black and brown coalition, because when we have social political situations, instead of you guys helping the Black Panthers, you become the Brown Berets. Instead of you guys helping us with our plight, even though you want me to help you with your plight, nothing will benefit me for coming outside and helping you with ICE.
So real quick,
But
all right. So your time.
Okay, we're fine.
Your time, yeah. Let me go down to actually, I'll open up the panel. Whoever wants to respond.
Oh, I have something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go down the list real quick. First political statement on a Super Bowl stage was in 1983 by Michael Jackson. I saw that live, and he performed the song Black or White, and it sparked a conversation about race in the country, like in the world, like we'd never seen. It was awesome. And it started these topics of conversation too. So if you want to go to the real beginning, it was only the third year the Super Bowl had ever had a performance. The first two were Disney and kids performances. 1993 was the first artist, and Michael did that. Be remiss if I don't point out Beyonce and lots of other people. So Kendrick wasn't necessarily the first one. He was certainly an iconic one. And from the perspective of an artist, I mean, art is subjective. So we all connected with the Super Bowl in a different way. My personal perception was Kendrick showed us a lot of the ugly that was being endured by our Black community. And Benito this year focused on love, a way to like overcome that problem. Now, the reason that was political for Latinos here, and I'm not saying that one was better than the other. I say they complement each other, in my opinion. the reason the performance was so powerful this year is because us Latinos are being hunted physically and literally, not in like imaginary way. We are literally. And one of the most powerful scenes that I'll point out again was him saying, Latinos dance without fear. He said, San Francisco, just for a little bit, dance without fear, Latinos. A lot of us are housebound. My students are scared. And then you have an artist saying that on TV. It instantly made me think of 13-year-olds and 10-year-olds that don't want to leave their house. So we needed to hear that. The camera zoomed on his face. I thought it was the best moment and said, believe in yourself because you're more important than you know. He said it twice in Spanish. And I immediately cried because I thought of all my little babies around the world, like watching that. And we needed to have a moment, a historical moment that was actually positive because we've all been going through these terrible historical moments.
Yeah, thank you for that. You want to
So
talk?
I'll just say that.
Yeah, thank you. Latina Steph, did you want to say something?
I did. I agree a lot with what Triana said. He had a lot of powerful moments with everything going on with, can I say can I say it? With the whole ICE thing?
Oh, yeah, you say ICE.
Can I say that or no?
Yeah, we say that all the time.
With everything going on, it was so powerful, especially during the Grammys when he said ICE out. People don't understand. Like, I have a friend who's an immigrant. And she sent me something the other day, and I'm like, girl, you don't understand why these people leave their homes. My dad left, crossed the border from Peru because he was leaving war. You know what I mean? These people are leaving persecution. These people are leaving war cartels. My friend from Australia was like, I paid my dues. I paid over $11,000 to be in this country. And I'm like, remember that everybody's journey is different. Not everyone's journey is the same. And I feel like Benito's been the only one to use his platform for us Latinos and for us African Americans, for us colored people, for everything. Benito's been doing that. So for her to say that, I don't agree. I don't agree because she didn't understand the message. And like Triana said too, when he was like, I'm here because I believed in myself and you should believe in yourself too. It reminded me of a Martin Luther King moment when he said that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Steph. Let me go up to Hefe. And I think we're good in the show. I think we've got it balanced. Go ahead, Hefe. What do you think about the halftime show?
What up, Smitty? How you doing, brother? How you doing tonight?
Good. What are your thoughts, man?
That's what's up, man. I'm gonna say it like this, man. It is what it is. Some of the things that Latinos are coming up here and saying is it's like making me feel like, are you fucking serious? Like, at the end of the day, you got to remember, when you're an American, just like Bad Bunny is, because he's Puerto Rican, he's part of the United States. It doesn't matter. But what I'm saying, they're trying to stick up for all these other illegals that are coming here. And listen, you can talk about ICE. You could talk about all this other stuff that you want to, but listen, ICE is doing their job. They're doing exactly what I voted for. And yes, you already know, Smitty, I'm a Latino for Trump all day long, straight MAGA. Okay? And I'm gonna tell you like this: we get all these motherfucking illegals out of here. Period.
Let's use undocumented, brother. Let's use undocumented. Come on, man. You know my rule.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. My bad.
Undocumented. All right, let me do this. Oh boy, I don't understand it.
Smitty, can we let my cousin get on here? She'll be good for this.
Wait, hold
Her
on.
name is Raising Rain.
Hold on. Hello. Hold on. Quick mod announcement.
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead.
Quick mod announcement before we get going. It's 2 minutes for the opening response, 1 minute for the reply, please. Okay? It's undocumented, and we're like, this is not a daycare, so we're gonna say it one time. It's undocumented. Human beings are not illegal. Now, listen, I'm not going to try to tone police you. If you can't handle that, then that's not a problem. Then we can drop you, and there's a million people in the request. So please respect the host's rules. He doesn't have many. He really doesn't. He's super kind. He doesn't have many. But please respect the rules. Okay? Okay.
Thank you, fam. I appreciate it. All right. Let me go to Club J. Club J, go ahead, and then we'll get.
Yeah, I have to call him out on this, man, because that's
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
nonsense.
Go ahead.
Basically, the thing is that when you come up on these panels and start bashing people, man, that's not even right, man. That just shows who you are as a person. So for you to come up here and talk about Latinos and Latinos are this and illegals and this and that, man, you're not right with yourself, man. I think you need to get yourself together.
I am Latino, sir. Jesus Christ.
Together, bro. Get it together.
Sorry, but I'm American first, buddy. American first. Period. Let's go, Donald J.
I
Trump.
swore that the mod
MAGA,
just told
baby.
you guys not
You're an
to say the
embarrassment
word
as an American.
illegal, and
And
y'all
I'm American as well,
literally
so you're
opened
an
up your
embarrassment
mic
to
and
me.
said it.
Yeah. So yeah, let's be careful about that word, right? Not a word I play around. We just gonna start dropping people. Seriously. Okay, next time we hear it.
She just said it, and he came off his mic and said it. It was like the wildest thing. I'm like, she just said, don't
That's
say
what I'm
that.
saying. That's what I'm saying. He don't have it together. He just don't.
No, baby, you said it. It was you. She said what she said. You opened up your mic and then you said it.
What did I say?
That word she told us not to say. She told us to say undocumented.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize for that, Smitty.
Okay. All right. So yeah, again, final warning for everybody. We don't play about that. Let me go to let's go to DeMarcus Peoples Crash. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so when people are saying ICE is doing their job, right, and getting all of the undocumented people out, what we find is that's not what they're doing. What they're doing is literally attacking American citizens and actual citizens of this country and permanent residents of this country, and being indiscriminate in who they are chasing down, who they're just busting in their homes without warrants for, who they're pew-pewing in the middle of the street in broad daylight. They don't care about their legal status. They're just attacking people. Now, I have no problem if you actually have evidence that someone is undocumented in this country and they have broken the law or they've not done something right and they have to go. That would be the law. What's not the law is ICE literally going against protocol by like standing in front of moving vehicles or trying to detain U.S. citizens. That's not within the purview of any authority that they have within the United States of America. So that's why this is not really a genuine conversation where we're talking about immigration, because again, every single president has deported people out of this country. The how does matter, because if the how includes especially black people, which we are seeing in places like Chicago, where they're literally attacking black U.S. citizens born in this country because they say they are looking for undocumented people, I have a problem with that as a black person and an American citizen.
All right.
Can I
Thank
point
you.
something out?
Hold on, y'all. Let me just call on folks, okay? To make sure we get everybody an opportunity. All right. Let me. I think Nichelle, you wanted to come in. Go ahead, Nichelle.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to speak on kind of what Yaya had mentioned. So my opinion is that was kind of a watershed moment for the Latino community. I personally, as a Black woman, didn't feel like the performance necessarily was, targeted, or I guess for one specific community, like the Black community. I thought it was an interesting perspective. And I agree with the other panelists who said that definitely Kendrick Lamar's amazing show was not the first politically, kind of coded or had those universal themes of like the political undertone. So I didn't get that. And in the words of Benito, he says over and over, like, if you don't understand it or if you don't get it, then that music isn't for you. And so I feel like he did a great job representing, and from the other Latinas that I've been on panels with today and yesterday, felt like that it was a good representation of not just Puerto Rico, but also for the Latin community in the diaspora. So I just wanted to respond to that.
All right. Go ahead, Triana.
Sorry, I was typing great points for Niche. No, the whole rhetoric of these illegals have to get out because then drain the system. It's straight out of the colonizer's playbook. And it's something that unfortunately some of our Latinos have been indoctrinated into. And it's the belief that if we were eliminated, people that were undocumented or not, not me necessarily, but people that were undocumented, then the problems would not be a drain. Then the issues of economic drain would be solved. That narrative is false. And if you know anything about basic economics, you would see that the major drain of it isn't. You can combine all the people that need social services, Black, white, Latino, documented, undocumented. You could combine all that money, and it still wouldn't amount to just the financial break that we gave the banks during the recession. And it's because we don't have a proper taxation system. We pay more taxes than the higher percentage of this country. That's not my opinion. That's tax law. It can be easily be Googleable if anybody wants to verify. The other issue that I have with
I'm sorry.
the other issue that I have with it is that how you're gonna look at a Mexican person and say you don't belong here? Like Texas didn't belong to the U.S. until a certain time. It's like indigenous people, when Ellis Island in New York welcome people from Europe, give me your Thai or port, you will hear many people here in Boston talking the Irish, the Portuguese, the Italian, saying, I came in my pocket with no money to this country during the Depression, and this country still received me in a humane way, and I was able to do something. These were undocumented, very poor people that needed social services. But somehow, when it's a different shade of folks, when we are now a rich country, we somehow cannot figure out a proper pathway to citizenship. Then it becomes an issue, and not before.
No time, Pam.
That's all I'll say.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. Go ahead, Faye. 1 minute to respond. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it. I just got one question. Do you guys have any sympathy for immigrants trying to come here legally? I'm talking about the ones that are on the other side of the border, paying their dues, waiting their time, and trying to get in this country legally. Are you just gonna totally just go and say, you know what? Illegals are cool. Fuck them. It's all good. Illegals are all good.
Undocumented.
Yeah, we tried.
Yeah. Also, too, Donald Trump is deporting them and detaining them too. So it doesn't matter if you came in the right way, the wrong way, whatever way you think is the right way. Donald Trump literally canceled people's court hearings. He canceled their status. He revoked their temporary status. We know this for a fact. So they literally did all the right things, checked in, and he still detained them or deported them.
We
So it
had
doesn't matter how they came in.
We had people in Boston arrested during their immigration hearing as they were being sworn in legally for their citizenship.
All right.
Just hear that and go look that up.
Real quick. Let me jump in, you guys. Okay. Using that word, I don't even use it even in rebutting folks that use that word. It's just a horrible way to describe a human being, period. That's number one. Number two, I do want to talk about Black and brown unity. Yes. Do we have a ways to go? Sure, we have a ways to go. At the same time, right, a lot of folks have been propagandized. A great example of this is this idea that 50% of Latinos voted for Donald Trump. Okay, that is a straight up lie. Okay, they have taken a small sampling of folks in Florida and then have propagated that small sampling to all Latinos nationwide. I can tell you, I know a fair amount of Latinos here in LA. Ain't no damn 50% voted for Donald Trump. I promise you that. Okay. So yes, we have a ways to go. I'm not saying it's perfect, right? I'm not saying it's where it needs to be, but we are closer than what we think. Y tenemos una historia compartida también. Like, come on, let's get it together, y'all. Let me go to Latina Steph. Steph, anything else you want to say, fam?
I don't agree with what he had to say. I don't agree with what he had to say. The one that was being racist earlier. I think you took him off the chat, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's it. Thank you for having me.
All right. Yeah, thank you for coming up.
You should let my cousin come on here. Her name is Raising Reinas. She's good.
Okay. I'll try to get her up. I'll definitely try to get her up.
All right.
Appreciate you, fam.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Let me go. Let's get the new panelists worked in. Tatiana, how'd you feel about the halftime show? Let's get back to the halftime show, by the way. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep. What'd you
Okay,
think?
perfect. Okay, first I'm gonna say I'm from LA. I have nothing against Hispanic or Latinos. I love Hispanics, Latinos. I am a Black woman. I do have people from Belize, so I'm gonna just point that out. For one, I do not feel like we are united. As a Black woman or Caribbean woman, I've experienced a lot of racism from the Hispanic community. The whole united thing is okay. I'm gonna get back to that. First, I want to ask. So, do everyone expect everyone to come here, like undocumented people? Do they expect them to come here, like for it to be okay for everyone just to come here to live a better life? No one has to go through the proper paperwork. Do they expect them just to be here, like for that to be okay? Because we can't travel anywhere without the proper documentation. So I just want to know, for the people who are saying ICE out, are you saying that because you want the borders to be gone completely and everyone just to come here freely and no paperwork or anything? Like, is that okay? I'm confused on that. Because we
Nobody
cannot
said that.
travel as Americans. We cannot travel anywhere in the world without our passport, without them having some type of record on us. So I'm just trying to understand, like, do you guys want people to come here freely and have no paperwork at all? Is like, it's for that to be okay.
Can I answer that?
Go ahead, Club J.
Yeah, this is something called immigration reform. And basically, Obama said it, clearly that you come through the border, you pay a fine, and you stand in line, because the ones that are already here are already in that process of the pathway of citizenship. So yeah, there's a thing called immigration reform. And as far as with the borders and ICE, I want them abolished. I want ICE abolished, because back in 2003 they were created from the Bush administration because of what happened at 9/11. They were only solely for the borders. Okay, they have no jurisdiction across the states. The only jurisdiction is 100 miles away from the border, and that's it. So that was their sole purpose why they were supposed to be at the border.
All right, thank you, Club J. Anybody
And
want to weigh in? Go ahead, 300.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Tatiana, I don't think that's exactly what being said. I certainly don't want to speak for everyone here, but I will say that having gone through the immigration process myself, every developing nation just about has a naturalization process. So a pathway for citizenship for people that are currently illegal so they can become legal, and or people that want to come in. All right. The restrictions to come in are higher than once you're in, but it's not as simple as we make it seem. So I encourage you to look it up. If you are a person without documentation, how could you become one? Look it up, and you're going to see the red flags. The test alone is $1,200, by the way, for citizenship. Just that. So it's not as simple as they make it seem. It's much simpler in other countries, and there is a way that a developing nation can do it to ensure that all people are documented if that is something they wanted to do. The reason the United States isn't doing it is because they benefit too much from free labor. That is the reason.
All right, you're on time.
Economic.
Let me go to Yaya. It's been a while since Yaya had an opportunity. Go ahead, Yaya.
Yeah. It's been so much said. Oh my God, I have too many notes.
I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll give you double
Yeah,
time.
no worries. Social political is what I said. People are saying political statements, social political. There are literally reparations task force all over the United States of America. I'm literally in California where they had the first reparations task force. I went to 16 meetings. Within these meetings, we're talking about reparations, lineage-based, and delineation. And one of our artists from California got on a national stage and shouted what the Black community is asking for right now, currently in time, not black or white and people getting along and none of that. A social political statement about currently what's going on in the United States right now. No one else has ever done that. Kendrick Lamar is the first person to have ever done that. And for Bad Bunny to come out, it's like going to breast cancer awareness and going around the circle and talking about what it's like to have breast cancer and somebody in there with colon cancer. Am I sad he has cancer? Yes, I am. But right now we're dealing with breast cancer. Why are you in here talking about colon cancer? And that's what happened. And it has nothing to do with feeling a way about anyone. It has a way of feeling like, God dog it, I'm in here fighting for my life. Currently, right now, we have this situation. We press so hard in California. We got a major artist to say it on a Super Bowl stage, and our colonizer got someone to come and disarray the message in the following freaking year. And everyone's in here talking about music and what's fair and stuff. And this is what the Black community has been saying about this Black and Brown coalition. We go in front of the people and we say something, and then you say, what about me too? You had cotton fields. We had sugarcane fields. He has okay.
You don't time, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, bro. I know you want to come in. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
So, Beyonce absolutely, when she did hers, was talking about social issues that Black people were going through at the time, to the point that we had people like Megyn Kelly and all of the right-wing pundits saying that she was, indoctrinated by the devil and was going to basically be the new Black Panthers of the Black community and be violent during the Super Bowl performance. I remember this. See, I have a very good memory. So this idea that Kendrick Lamar, why I respect and obviously see the historical importance of his performance and think it was excellent, to act like he's the first, that's just historically not true. Also, I hate to break it to you, but there are Black Puerto Ricans. So if he's talking about things like, Puerto Rico going through the same social issues that, Black people in this country have dealt with, it, whether it be, having power, having resources during disasters, these are things that correlate if you're mainland America or Puerto Rico America, because it is a part of America. So to act like he's doing anything different against the cause of Black people when there are Black people in Puerto Rico going through those same issues that he literally talked about on stage, I don't think you really understood the message. But again, it was in another language. So I get why you didn't get the message. But all it takes is a quick Google to see what the lyrics of those songs were, or even use your TV and see if you can translate it that way. But just to say that he didn't do it when you just didn't understand the message would just not be factual. When if you understand his messaging and read the lyrics to the words that he was saying and other people were singing, it was literally about trying to free the people of America that are melanated. And that includes Black people, especially Black people in this country. And that includes Black Puerto Ricans as well. That he showed on stage, mind you.
Thank you, brother. All right, let's do this. If you felt like the performance, took us a step towards Black and Brown unity, put a 1. We'll do a quick poll. If you felt like it won't, put a 2. I just want to see where the chat is. Let me go to Nichelle. I think Nichelle wanted to come in. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate your perspective. I'm a little confused on it though, because are you saying, with all the issues, right, that we have within our community, right, and Kendrick Lamar through his artistry and performance spoke to that, are you saying that Bad Bunny, who came out and did, expressed what he wanted to express for the Latina community, are you feeling that, I guess I'm just so confused because you keep talking about Black and Brown unity. I don't think that's what Bad Bunny's message was. His message, to Crushot's point, it wasn't like, okay, I'm going after Kendrick Lamar and now it's my turn. And guess what? My performance is about Black and Brown community. He was speaking to the really specifically about Puerto Rico and the Latino community and the diaspora. If Black people enjoyed it, wonderful, great. If white people enjoyed it, phenomenal, whoever. But I don't think him going after Kendrick Lamar was like, okay, now it's my turn. And just by the way, Jay-Z is the one that selects the Super Bowl acts since 2019. So, like, how does that factor into kind of like what you were saying? I guess I just want some clarification.
Do you want to know how Jay-Z factors in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you know what happened with taking the knee in 2017, right?
Right,
Colin
right.
Kaepernick, right?
Yeah.
And then you know that Jay-Z was supposed to bring Colin Kaepernick to a deal, right? And you know that he poked him in the back with the deal, and he signed the deal for Rock Nation to handle all the entertainment. That was the exchange for them. You do what you do to Colin Kaepernick, and we'll let you handle Rock Nation, handle all the entertainment for the NFL. And as a Black community, we were like, oh my gosh, Jay-Z, that was horrible of you to do that, pew-pewing in the back and taking a deal. So Jay-Z's paid. Jay-Z's paid. He's been a paid op since 2017. He went against the yeah.
Yeah, I just real quick, I'm so sorry, sweetie, because
Okay.
I think this is important. Okay, so I'm just again, I'm just trying to follow you here. So we got Kendrick Lamar, we got the background of what you were just sharing with Jay-Z. Now, Trent, help me to get to Sunday's performance. Though, did you feel like Bad Bunny's performance was, in your eyes, like an attempt to bridge that Black and brown unity? Is that what you were kind of saying? And you felt like it fell flat? Because that's the part I think I'm confused about. Like, you keep saying the Black and brown unity, which I get it. I totally get the critique there. I'm just trying to understand how the critique lands on Bad Bunny, to be the one to bridge that gap. Can you help me like understand that part of it?
The what we said last year with Kendrick Lamar, you're not like us, is because we were FIGTing for, I don't know if you can say that word on TikTok, for delineation. For delineation. Within our reparations fight in California, we were fighting for delineation. And now there's a reparations task force all over the country, and they're all following California's prototype. And within this fight, we have delineation, which says we respect other cultures, but represent us as a unique culture coming out of the United States of America. And the United States owes us something, and that thing is called reparations. And they owe us this because of XYZ. And we really pushed really, really hard. And we got one of our biggest performers from California to stand on that stage and say it for us, to make it poignant. At the same time, within the country, and especially in California, there's this ICE thing going on with undocumented people. And the community within California has been saying to us, Black Americans, why don't you come outside and fight with us? And we, for the first time, have said, no, we're going to sit this out as a collective, not individuals. There's a lot of individuals but as a collective around the country, we've sat this one out. And why we've sat it out is because we keep saying that whenever we have a political thing, Beyonce, even though she did the Black Panther thing and all that thing, there was nothing political going on in the country that people were trying to galvanize this United States government to compensate for. But right now there is. It's called reparations. Do you get it? That's the social political thing that you guys are mistaking with other people.
And then I want to let other folks come in. Go ahead if you want to make one more comment.
And again, Smitty, thank you so much for giving me that extra time to kind of talk to Yaya about it. I completely understand what you're sharing. All valid critiques, I guess. I guess I'm struggling to understand how Bad Bunny's performance factors into everything that you just said, right? Reparations, definitely a conversation within the Black community and within the broader American, right? Like reparations, totally get that.
Did Black Americans pick sugarcane?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Black Americans within U.S. chattel slavery. I'm not talking about Puerto Rico. That was acquired in the 1800s.
Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Hold on. Yes, as a descendant of chattel slavery, I actually said this on Smitty's Live yesterday. As soon as I saw the sugarcane, that took me back to the times with my grandfather and Big Mama down on the Mississippi River in Natchez, Mississippi, and memories from my childhood. So are you saying that the representation of the sugarcane, you felt like that was like cosplaying from experiences from the Black community?
No, not at all. Those were some of the most horrid plantations that happened. No, not at all. Not at all. Okay, I'm saying the message. Just specifically help me. I'm saying the message. The particular story he decided to tell was counterproductive to the specific story that was told last year. Everything was confronted all the way down. He could have did something unique. He could have just talked about ICE and undocumented workers. He could have just did, it was literally, I'm a social political activist. I go outside. I went to the California reparations meeting. I put my life on the line. I've been doxxed before. Like, this is what I do. This is what I do. And he countered literally everything that Kendrick did last year. And what came out his mouth was not represented in what we saw. His song did not represent the visual. But the visuals was for everyone who didn't even understand the song. The visual was the most poignant of his performance because he didn't care if you spoke Spanish or not.
Okay. All right. Let me bring in. Actually, let me go to Tatiana, and then we'll go to Bryce, and then we'll go to Nail Doctor. Tatiana, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say about the performance. For one, I don't feel like the Black struggle is anywhere the same as the Hispanic struggle at all. Our struggle is they keep trying to compare it. It's two different struggles. Our struggles comes way back from slavery. We're not immigrants. We were brought here through slavery. So I do agree with her to the point where she said that they expect us to go out there and fight as well. But we're not united. Like I said, I live around Hispanic people. I'm the only Hispanic person in my apartment. I'm the only Black person in my apartment complex. Everyone in my community is Hispanic. No one speaks to me ever. I work around Hispanic people. No one ever speaks to me like some of them do, but overall, they don't say hi. When I go to the break room, they don't speak to me. I don't feel like we're united at all as a whole, Black and brown. They only want to pull that card when now that the ICE is going on. But before this even happened, I don't feel like we're united. I don't. I don't feel like Hispanic people or the Hispanic community as a whole truly care about the Black community. I feel like they come here to help their own people. I have nothing against them, but it's the truth. They come here to help their own. They do not care about Black people. And it does kind of hurt our community because now we're outnumbered and we don't have no voice to speak for us. Like she said, the reparations, we have nobody speaking and advocating for Black Americans. And the whole the football thing, where on the football he says we are all America. I feel like Black Americans built America. I feel like this country wouldn't be anything without Black Americans, and the whole reason they're even able to be out here in protest is because of Black Americans, because we fought for those rights. So that's all I have to say. We're not united. They do not care about Black people. They care about their own people, and that's just what it is. And that's all I have to say about it.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. I mean, it's kind of a semi-statement, semi-question, but then I want to go to Bryce and Nail Doctor. But yeah, I guess my question is: doesn't every immigrant group, including immigrant groups from African countries, stay within themselves?
Well, that's true. African, like right? You're right. African.
You know what I'm saying? But like all immigrant groups do that, and so I guess from the standpoint, if I had to look at groups of folks that probably integrate more with Black culture than anybody, it'll probably be Mexican people who come from Mexico, people from El Salvador.
No, the thing is, Black people are very welcoming. We welcome all.
We are. But you know what I'm saying?
When it comes to us,
Yeah,
Even with African people, they do not no. You're right. African people too. No one likes Black American people. Everyone wants to take from Black American people and what Black Americans built, but we are not united. We're not, and we are not all America. Black Americans built this country, and the struggle is not the same. It's not.
No, but what I'm saying is, I feel
Host,
like,
don't you live in California, Host?
yeah, I do, yeah.
You in Southern California, LA
Southern
area,
California,
San Diego? Okay.
Yeah, that's
so
why
what
I
about
said-
the fire bombings of the homes and the people? Like my friend lives in Northridge, and around 4 years ago, she went to her Target off of Nordhoff, and she was attacked.
Right. No, I'm listen.
So her physical, like I know
Real
someone
quick,
who's
let
going
me
through
jump
this.
in. I hear you. I completely hear you. I'm just saying we could look at every group. Thank you, guys. We can look at every group, every immigrant group, and I can point to attacking. Right. I'm from LA. The Korean, groups that attacked during the LA riots. That was awful. The Chinese groups that preyed on African Americans and African American neighborhoods. That happened. I think you can look at every immigrant group again, and even certain immigrant groups from all nations that have done things to Black Americans. But what I see, I feel like Latino immigrants are disproportionately pointed out as being harmful, when in fact, from my experience, I can only speak from my experience. From my experience, I would say that they've been the most, at least for me, the most welcoming to me. Now I can't speak to anybody else, right?
No,
I can't say
absolutely
but
not.
I can't say that that's for everybody. I'm just saying for me.
You
Now
know that
again,
in- you know
hold
that
on. Let me just land. Let me land. What I'm trying to say though is that I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's great. I'm not saying we don't have steps to go. But I am also saying that oftentimes we're propagandized by what we hear in the media. Again, like I said earlier, around the fact that 50% of Latinos, so-called, voted for Donald Trump, when we know the numbers are so much lower than that. And I think what that does is that creates more division. And so that's what I want to kind of bring to the table. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying we're unified. I'm saying that there's an opportunity because a lot of the struggles that both groups have are similar. And I think it can be problematic if we say, oh, well, mine is worse than yours and yours is worse than mine. That's why we're not unified already. And in fact, I think one of the areas that makes me also a little disappointed is that we have a little bit of erasure of Black Latinos when we talk about the Latino community. Like there aren't Black Puerto Ricans, like there aren't Black Mexicans, like there aren't Black people from all of these other countries that are going through hell right now with ICE as well. And so I just think we got to be careful. I understand your pain. I understand what you're saying. I just think we got to be a little bit more careful. That's all I'm saying. I want to have you up here, sister. Right? I'm just saying.
Yeah, can I
think
say
we gotta
this
be
to
more
the
nuanced.
host really quick? Because that's the thing with delineation. You're not like us. That's the thing with delineation. When we're asking for reparations here in the United States of America, we're not asking for it because of the color of our skin. We're asking for it because our ethnic group, which is called Black here in America, went through a situation here and was emancipated in 1865. And if you're calling yourself a Black Puerto Rican or a Black Cuban and stuff like that, you weren't here. You're not part of the Black American ethnicity. And that's the momentum that he's trying to put forward last year. And we're currently fighting for reparations. So that's the thing. That's the other thing that Bad Bunny did with this unifying thing and just kind of like smudging over the you not like us, because we have to delineate to be able to get our repair. And it can't be this flat Blackness.
Okay.
I have to correct that. I have to hold on. I have to correct that. That's misinformation. That's misinformation. Real quick. They Not Like Us had to do with vulture cultures and within the Black community. That was not a referendum on. Now, FBA or other people may have taken that as their anthem, but Kendrick Lamar, that was not what he meant by "They Not Like Us." He's very specific in the lyrics of that song. I just wanted to correct that.
Okay, quick
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. I promised the new panelists some time. Let me bring in the new panelists. We'll come back and let other people speak. But let me let Bryce come in. Bryce, your thoughts on the conversation. We'll just open it up. What are your thoughts on the conversation? Bryce, you're on mute. Did I unmute you? Let me see. Go ahead. You should be able to unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, okay. I think this is very interesting. First, I just want to say I've been a big fan of your lives for a long time.
Thank you,
You, Nichelle, you guys have been amazing. I also am in LA. I just graduated from law school in May.
Oh,
I went to the
nice.
University of
Congratulations.
Southern. Thank you. I went to the University of Southern California and I studied history with an emphasis on the Black woman experience. So,
Very
Yaya,
nice.
I've always been involved in the California Reparations Task Force as well. I think that the difference with this is, though, that I don't see that there's necessarily a problem of Bad Bunny representing Puerto Rican culture and expanding what it means for something to be American culture. I don't think that simply because he took the opportunity to take space and represent his people, that necessarily negates the work and the representation of Black American people or even people in Los Angeles. I feel like Kendrick Lamar's performance as an Angelino, for me personally, I felt that there was a lot of it that I could relate to that maybe not other people could relate to. When Dr. Dre, even as controversial as he is, and invited all those other Los Angeles singers and performers up on stage, I also thought that was very, personal to me and to the LA community, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody had to experience it the same way. I think that the Bad Bunny performance was impactful because it showed a part of American culture that a lot of people don't see. Just because somebody is celebrating their culture doesn't necessarily mean that our culture is being denied or invisible because of the work that Black people do every day. We hold space to celebrate our culture. And I think that, especially in these times with what is going on with ICE, that really was a powerful performance for him to be able to simply be up there and be happy. I think it's also very telling that even at the Grammys and at the Super Bowl, Bad Bunny is wearing a bulletproof vest. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that word, but wearing that vest because of the heightened dangers and what it means for him to even take up space in his own way. And I think that him being willing to do that was impactful.
You're on time, fam. That was perfectly timed. Let me go to.
Can I respond to that really quick?
Oh yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, a minute to respond. Go, Tatiana. Go ahead.
Okay, this might ruffle a lot of feathers, and I apologize, but I do not believe that Hispanic culture and Latino culture is American culture. To mix the two is not the same thing. America is America, and Black America, it just doesn't make any sense. We are not all America. Undocumented people come to America to have a better life, quote unquote, right? So if you're coming here to reap the benefits that Black Americans fought for, then this cannot be, you cannot make America if you're coming to America to want a better life. This is America. Our number one language is English. So I understand why people are upset because this is in America. And I feel like Black people number one language is English because we were brought here, and American, we're all number one language is English. I feel like why I'm not trying to ruffle feathers, but it's
You
like
ruffle some
they're trying-
feathers, fam.
I understand that. I understand that, but it's when all of us being together is not America. Like it's not. It's okay to have it's okay. Mexican culture is beautiful. Puerto Rican culture is beautiful. All other cultures are beautiful. But why does every culture want to be America? Why can't you just?
Well,
I don't understand that.
So
Can I
real
say
quick.
something?
Yeah. Actually, hold on, real quick. Let me do 30 seconds, and then Triana, I definitely want to bring you in, and then Nell Doctor. I would say that so-called American culture has stolen a lot from Latino culture. They've stolen the names of the cities. They've stolen the names of the folks and put them up with the street names. They've stolen so much. I think it's the other direction. I think it's so-called American U.S. culture. Let's use that U.S. culture stealing. I think it's always crazy that people who live in El Segundo, or they live in Los Angeles, or they live in San Pedro, and then they want to call ICE on undocumented immigrants. they live on Mariposa Avenue and want to call ICE. Like I feel like that's wild, right? There's so much misappropriation, right? They want to eat their quote unquote burrito and think that they are eating authentic food, like comida auténtica de Mexico, right? Like it's crazy. No, I think there's been so much. I think it's been stolen so much and normalized so much that you think it's the other way around.
I hope it's. And by the way, Miss, I'm going to let you go. Says misinformation. Hold on. If you're new here, we clock misinformation. That's what's unique about this panel. America, the United States of America, does not. I repeat, does not have an official language. Just because maybe majority of people speak one particular language, unlike other sovereign nations, the United States of America does not have a universal language.
All right, let's do this. I promise Triana some time, and then I want to let Nail Doctor come in as well.
I just wanted to say it really fast just because I do have to go to class, but I did want to agree with what Michelle was saying. There is no one specific primary language in the United States of America. And in response to Tatiana, she's saying that Latino culture and Hispanic culture is not American, yet Puerto Rico, a lot of people tend to forget, is a part of America and their primary language is Spanish. So, what Nichelle said was spot on. There is, just because it's the most common language to speak is English in the United States, doesn't mean that that's our primary language. We are a melting pot. And then one more thing I want to say before I have to go is in response to Tatiana again, saying that we are not united. I feel like there's a lot of single story experiences going on here. She spoke on her, personal experiences with the Latino community. And, I do apologize. That's unfortunate that she does have to experience those things, but you can't put everyone in one bubble because of your personal experiences. It's just not realistic. If you want to see the bigger picture of things, I live in California, and at least where I'm from in the Bay Area, we are united. And again, I know I said single personal experiences, but when the Black Lives Matter movement was going on, at least in the Bay Area on this side of California, there was a large majority of Latinos that were protesting, including myself, when those things were going on. So to say that you completely think that we're not united off of personal experiences, I just think that it's not politically correct. But thank you guys
Can I
so
ask
much.
you a question really quick?
Go ahead, Tatiana. Yeah, go ahead. You have an opportunity. She mentioned your comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to her. Okay, so it's
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
response. So basically, I want to ask you guys, so do you guys believe that there is no racism at all in the Latino Hispanic community against Black people? That I am delusional, that there is no racism at all when it comes to Latino and Hispanics against Blacks? Like that, I made that up.
No one said that. You're trying to make that the argument because
No,
you
but my
want
thing
to
is,
try
if you look at the prison systems, if you ever look at the prisons, the Black and Hispanics, what are they? They're divided. They
Is
don't
the majority
integrate.
of Black people in prison?
The Blacks and Hispanics in prison. If you go to prison, if you're Black, you cannot go with the Hispanic people.
Are the
They will not
majority of
welcome
Black
you.
people in prison?
If I want to, what?
Are the majority of Black people in prison? No. So that would mean that majority of Black people are not going to meet a Hispanic person
That's
underneath
not what
those
I'm saying.
circumstances.
Even when it
So you're
comes
trying
to
to
dating.
typecast an entire
Real
group of
quick, y'all.
people
Real quick,
based
y'all.
off of a
Real
small
quick.
experience.
Real quick. Hold on, y'all. Let's let Tatiana get her question out, and then I want to let Triana come in and respond. And I got you, DeMarco. Let me just let her get her question out. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tatiana. Go ahead and ask your question again. Tatiana, you're on mute. Let me.
She asked it. She was saying, is there not, anti-Blackness and racism within the Latino community? And Crash Out and I both agreed, yes, there's definitely anti-Blackness. We're aware of it. She's not going crazy based on her experience. And I like what the other young lady said, single story experiences. I'm going to start using that. I thought that was very poignant to this conversation.
Yeah.
But yes, we are acutely aware that there are issues there, and we were all working together to try to address it.
All right, let me go. Triana, anything else you want to say, fam? I do want to have to let you go. We have quite a few requests, but I love your perspective. Want to hear what you have to say, your closing comment. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Who is it? I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, it's Triana.
Okay.
At the
I was listening so intently to what Yaya and Tatiana were saying. I could hear the pain and the frustration in their voice, and I don't take that lightly. So I just want to say that. So thank you for being honest, because I don't think it's easy to just say that. It's emotionally laboring. It's important to highlight. I just had to say that. To address your immediate point, there absolutely is colorism in our cultures, because we were raised through the Hispanic Inquisition to hate our skin colors, all of them, and texture hairs, all of them. And that was for Afro-Latinos as well as indigenous Latinos like my mom and me. Anything that didn't look white colonial was a threat to that system. And fat phobia actually came from that system. So I just want to validate that that's 100% right. But I want you to know that not everyone feels that way. And a lot of us have done decolonization work in ourselves. Imagine, for example, and I'll just use myself as an example, as an indigenous person, how it was for me to have to decolonize my own mind against my own self-hatred that had been taught to me since I was a child. The last residential school was closed in 1997. Indigenous people in this country were still sent to them. My mother was. And whenever we have these conversations about who built America, who in America, often the people that were here before get completely sidetracked, and we just bypass that genocide. So I just want to mention that in there. And I don't want to get into the Who Suffered More Olympics, because all of our communities have been a victim of this oppression. And in my opinion, no one community suffer more. Your pain is your pain. My pain is my pain. I honor your pain, and I honor my pain. And I think there's a connection there that will never be equal. Absolutely not. And I think it would be disrespectful to say that. In terms of Black people building this country, many cultures did. Undoubtedly, Black folks that were trafficked to here were the majority. But the Chinese built a railroad system, and so did some Irish. The Chinese were never in any of the historical pictures because they were Chinese. So, and that doesn't take away from the Black Americans that built this country. So, also wanted to note that. But it's important that we come together. Someone earlier mentioned something about Latinos creating the brown berets to divert from the Black berets. I just want to clarify that, to my understanding, we were asked to build our own system to take initiative in to support the Black berets, but with our own movement. And so they asked the same of white allies who created the white berets in honor of the Black Panthers as well, to continue that work and support. That's my understanding. My other understanding in terms of Queens asking us for a break is that the 92% said, we're sitting this one out. So my last thought ever would be to ask the Queen to come out to a protest, unless that was something that she wanted to do for some reason. To my understanding, they have said, nope. And I'm like, yep, whatever you say that you feel that you have to do, because they have dragged the movement all the way to here. And it's time for other people to step up. So just wanted to mention some of those points.
Yeah, thank you, fam. Yeah, appreciate
Can
you.
I say
putting up-
something,
yeah.
host? Because there's been a lot of like misinformation, and I know your
Oh,
host.
yeah. If you hear misinformation, please let me know. I'll
Yeah, let me start with the Chinese building the railroad. 85% and the Irish. 85% of the railroad was built by slave labor. The only reason why the Chinese were brought in to build the last 800 of the Pacific western part of the railroad is because in 1865 there was emancipation, and the owners did not want to pay Black Americans a wage, so they brought in a immigrant culture of Chinese to build the last 800 miles. But the other hundreds of thousands of miles were built by Black Americans enslaved. And you can look it up. There are certain railroad companies that actually lease slaves, and there's some that own their own. So when we say things like the Chinese built the railroad, that's not right. And then for the first time ever, since March of 1st of 2025, the United States does have an official language out of Donald Trump Executive Order 14222. American English, for the first time ever, is the official language of the United States of America.
So I thought the official language thing wasn't quite done. I know that
It's not.
Okay. I thought it wasn't done.
It's not. An executive order is not like legislation, but I see her point. But yeah, it's not law.
Okay. All right. Let me do this. Go ahead to Marcus, and then I want to go to Kim, and then Black Cabinet. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I just want to play a real quick clip from something, then I wanted to expand. Now that is the intro of one of the biggest hip hop albums in American and world history, Kendrick Lamar's GNX, Left Out Morals. Now, a lot of people don't know, but Kendrick Lamar specifically picked her. Her name is Dara Barea, a Mexican mariachi singer, because he just saw her at a Dodgers game and just thought her voice was just so beautiful. And even though I don't know if he's fluent in Spanish, don't know if he knew every word, but he heard enough that he knew that he wanted her to be on 3 songs on his album. Yeah, she's on Whacked Out Murals, Reincarnated, and Gloria. Now, the reason I bring that up, right, because if the considered blackest rap artists in American history can see the beauty in someone who he may not have a direct lineage with, but he understands the struggle with and wants to add him to his album, I think that average Black Americans can find some type of solace in other Hispanic people that want to be a part of the community. No one is telling you to be with Hispanic people or be around Hispanic people who don't like you or who are harming you. Let me know where they're at. I will help you. I will galvanize with you and we can get them out the community. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is that a lot of people are being typecast based off of anecdotal experiences they're having in their small towns or their communities or wherever they're at, while negating the good experiences of people like me, who has a lot of Hispanic people in my community that I've never had a problem with. And they never have a problem with coming to our stores or going to their stores, or I've lost items and they've brought them back to me unscathed, untouched. So if I'm having these types of experiences with people, anecdotally, mind you, but you're telling me that every Hispanic person that you are involved with is hateful and treats you horribly. Now we just have a conundrum of location and not actuality of what it is to be a Hispanic person or a Black person in this country. We're just talking experiences. Okay, I want to talk about systemic issues that all of us can see and all of us can galvanize towards, not anecdotal skiffs with people that we don't understand.
Yeah, you're gonna talk about that. Thank you. Let's go, Kim, and then Black Cabinet, and I'll try to get somebody else up here. We'll continue the discussion, and I'll bring I'll bring you back in too, because I know most of the comments have been directed towards what you said. Go ahead, Kim. How are you, fam?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm good. I just wanted to correct 2 things of misinformation. One was about the railroads and enslaved people building them. Yes, that's correct. In the South. In the South is what they were used for. In the South. We have more than a South in this country. Also, Spanish was spoken in this country before English ever was. I guess you must have thought the Portuguese came over here speaking English. They didn't. Neither did the Spaniards. They didn't speak English at all. So people sitting here talking about English. Spanish was spoken in this country before English ever was. I also think it's funny that people seem to forget, especially when they speak about Hispanics not liking Black people, whatever like that. Hispanic is an ethnicity. It's not a race. There are Black Hispanics. There are Black people who happen to be Hispanic. So they live a life every single day as a Black person. They deal with the same persecutions that we do as a Black person, but they have on top of that the fact that they are Hispanic. So then people have xenophobia to them because of the fact of where they think that they come from. I think that's a little weird when people sit there and try to other so many people that look like them and have the same experiences as them. They are not our enemies. And I think people need to stop trying to do that. Stop trying to other yourself because you are sitting there othering people who have had to go through the same atrocities that people that look like us do. I think that's really weird when I hear people in the Black community, when we know we can't stand when people sit there and try to denigrate us as a whole because of something that one person may do or whatever like that. And then we turn around and do the same exact thing. Why are we doing that? We don't like it when they do that to us, but yet we sit and do it to another community that we know are sitting there having to deal with certain struggles because of how they
Can
look.
I say? Can I say something about this?
Yeah,
Smitty?
1 minute. Go ahead. 1 minute, Club. Go ahead.
But I'm just saying, I just think that that's a really bad thing that we, as the Black community, need to stop doing. Stop sitting there trying to other another community that is also having to deal with xenophobia, and some of them having to deal with racist. Do we know that we have issues with some people in the community? Yes, we have issues with people within our own community. How are we sitting there looking down on them when we could look? Please, I could turn around and tell you how many different little on this damn app, constantly talking down on this damn community, and they look just like me and you. Their family went through the same thing that we went through. But you want me to sit there and go against another community? Please, clean up our own house before we sit there and try to go knock on someone else's door.
Yep. So let me go to Club J, 1 minute, and then I can't remember what I promised the next time too. But yeah, we'll figure it out. 1 minute for Club J. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, she's right. Within our own Latino community, we have to hold each other accountable for bigotry, and basically, the Black community try to warn us about systemic racism and racial profiling, and we didn't listen. So we have to hold ourselves accountable and hold our own people accountable for not recognizing and not acknowledging the Black community, what they try to do. And they try to warn us about it, and we didn't listen.
All right. Thank you, Club J. I promised Black Cabinet time next, and then we'll work in Yaya. So we'll go Black Cabinet, then Yaya. Black Cabinet, go ahead, brother.
Frantz Fanon once said that the oppressor will oppress the oppressed until the oppressed start oppressing themselves. And that's exactly what we see. I hear people getting things wrong. We cannot conflate not Americans with the United States of America. The Americas are the Caribbean islands, the South America, and all the way up to Canada. That is the Americas. So when he says we're all Americas, he's not talking about United States of Americans. He says we all are part of this thing called chattel. Chattel slavery first started in Haiti, or they say Saint Domingue. And so when you look at what happened on the island of Hispaniola, that's where it all first started with the transatlantic slave trade. And then the largest concentration of Black people going to Brazil. And even after the Emancipation Proclamation happened, Black people were then trafficked from Texas all the way down to Brazil. Okay, people from Haiti after the Haitian Revolution was trafficked from Haiti to Louisiana to still be enslaved. So therefore, we have been scattered everywhere. We got to stop focusing on where the slave ship took us and remember where it took us from. We cannot continue to be divided amongst ourselves and now pointing the finger and saying, you're from this and you're from that. Guess what? You are one finger point away from being from Barbados. You are wondering that when that sea captain got on that ship and he pointed his finger, you could have been in Jamaica. When he pointed his finger, you could have been in Veracruz. And so what I'm saying is we got to stop dividing ourselves and understand there's a higher power of oppression that's called white supremacy. And if we continue to fight each other, we are doing the work of white supremacy. Again, a land of plane. Frantz Fanon says the oppressor oppresses the oppressed until the oppressed oppress themselves. Y'all have a good night.
All right, brother. Thank you so much, Black Cabinet. We'll let Black Cabinet go. Let me go to Yaya. Yaya, I promised you some time. Go ahead.
I think that the people lately talking must be talking to the other young lady. I don't know if she's still in here who said that. I don't have any problems with anyone and their oppression, anything like that. I don't have no problems with that. I don't think people have to be shushed. I'm talking about a social political thing going on in the Black community, and it literally being targeted from the message that we had. Like, period. I'm talking about delineation. I'm talking about a specific group of people who are owed money by the United States government for chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Reconstruction. They lost land, eminent domain. I'm not talking about this whole concept of Blackness throughout I'm not talking about the Americas. I'm talking about the United States of America and what was done last year and how it was counteracted this year. by a specific person who comes from a specific culture of people. But I'm talking about Bad Bunny. I'm not talking about the culture of Latinos did anything at the Super Bowl. I'm talking about Bad Bunny got a battery put in his back and told what to do, and he did it. He did it on the backs of another people who are being subjugated in the United States of America. That's it. That's all. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay, let me go. Bryce, you want to come in? Hey, give me a second, Mark. Bryce, do you want to say anything? Bryce,
I'll just say one more thing, and then you could drop me.
Okay.
The only thing I was going to say is, I mean, I understand. Like, I also live in LA. I have heard all types of different people use the N-word, say racist slurs, do all of these things. But I think at the end of the day, we just have to realize that it's like white supremacy is the thing that is trying to separate us all. Like, if we are just continuing to argue that one group is not allowed to express themselves or to be granted the same rights or the same abilities to prop up their own people and their own cultures, then it's like, why are we fighting each other when that's literally what white supremacy wants us to do. It literally wants us to continue to fight each other at the bottom rather than looking up and saying, well, who is at the top who is oppressing all of us? And I think that's why, like, this conversation it has the potential to be good, but like, I feel like the way that it's going is kind of harmful, because we have to realize that, and I think, like Black Captain was saying before, it's like Kendrick Lamar and I don't know if I can say that rapper's name on TikTok, but he just was the first Latino artist to win a Rap Song of the Year Grammy because of the idea and the unity and the complexities of what Black and brown people, especially in Los Angeles, have gone through and the way our communities are so intertwined. And so I think it is important to focus on things like that. And even in the Bad Bunny performance, there were Black people on that stage. There were Black uncles playing cards. There were people dancing. There was queer representation of Black people. And I just thought that was like a very powerful message. And I think that it's good to see new, fresh ideas and representations, especially at something like the Super Bowl.
Okay. Can I ask her a question since she just made that particular statement? I just want to ask her a question because you said that there were Black uncles playing cards on the table, right? And if delineation is something that we're fighting for here, what were those Black uncles playing cards at that table part of chattel slavery in the United States owed reparations?
Yes. You do know that chattel slavery?
No. You're not. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the young lady because we have to move around. I'm asking her a question.
I feel like I kind of don't necessarily understand your question. I feel like it kind of just
let me explain it to you. In the United States of America, there's a certain ethnic group of people. They're called Black Americans. To be a Black American and have lineage-based reparations, your family has to be able to be traced back before 1865 emancipation, classified as mulatto, Black, color, Negro, Afro-American, all the classifications we've had. That is a specific lineage of people. So when you say things like there were Black people playing cards at the table being represented, I'm asking you, were those people at that table the same group of people that are owed reparations in this current social political reparations fight in the United States of America?
I don't necessarily feel like maybe they're owed reparations. I feel like I would honestly have to do more research on that, but I do agree with the fact that like we literally were all enslaved and dropped off at different places, and the idea
there's currently a reparations fight in the United States, though. There's currently a reparations fight in the United States. Currently,
the topic of
for a
this
specific group, because CARICOM is in the Caribbean.
Who deserves reparations?
No. Everyone who got harmed deserves reparations. Oh my God.
Okay, so let's do this,
you guys are missing the point.
Okay, so Bryce, if you want to say respond one more time if you want to Yaya's question. If not, you can say a quick statement.
Can I ask a question when he's done?
Yeah. Bryce, was there anything else? Okay.
No, I'm good. Thanks for letting me up, Cindy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for what you said, by the way. I really appreciate that.
I was going to echo that, Bryce. You came in a little bit different, and it seems like you're a little bit more open now. So I echo.
No, you're confusing them for somebody else in the show.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're confusing them for God, I can't remember the name of the other person. No, Bryce came in with really nice, lovely things to say about the platform. I really appreciate that.
I was echoing that, my friend. Okay, I'm. Look, you losing it just like me. Quick mod announcement. You guys are doing amazing. We have 1,000 people in here. We only have 194 shares. If you guys are enjoying everything, it's been an amazing night, amazing conversation. Please continue to tap. Let's make that next goal 300,000 likes. Join the team, click on the orange heart, help with the live goals, and share this out to people you think, and give the panel if you agree with them, and make sure you're following the host. Thanks.
Thank you, fam. All right, Bryce, so we're going to let you go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Can I ask her 2 questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because I missed what your issue was with Bad Bunny. If you could explain what that was. And then 2, how do you delineate who would be Black American? What do you delineate it from?
You have to do your lineage and find out if your bloodlines were here prior to
Got you. How would you do that?
1865.
How would you do that?
There's all kind of documents in paperwork, marriage license.
Got you. How would you do that if you don't know the different names that your family took on? Because if you know anything about Black chattel slavery, many of us, our family names changed according to if we were changed by slave masters. So there are many people who don't even know what to research because their names changed and they don't know what those names are. All of our last names, most of us who come from chattel slavery, are not our names. They are names from slave masters. So please tell me, how do you delineate that when many people would not even know how to start looking for who their family is because you don't have a starting point? This is the one thing I hate about people when they start talking about this and trying to other people when it comes to chattel slavery. It's one of the most things that I cannot stand, because one thing that you also forgot was the fact that from the Caribbean, the breeding farms that were there, many of those people were then transported to the United States. So that is a problem. DNA is not going to tell you where your family came from. Whoever said DNA, you don't know what you're talking about. DNA does not tell you what slave master bought you and what slave master traded you. That's not how it works. And I hate when people sit here and try to do this. Well, if you can't trace back there's a lot of people that can't trace back, but yet there are people that have been here since the first boat. That doesn't mean that they are not part of it. And I think that's a harmful thing for people to sit up here and do. Well, just do your research. Where? Tell us where to start. Tell me, how many slave masters did your family go through? Because I couldn't tell you how many my family went through. And I got family from both sides. I'm from here, chattel slavery, and also from Jamaica, chattel slavery. So you tell me where I'm supposed to start, and you tell me how I'm not Black.
All right, let me go ahead, Yaya, if you want to respond. Then I want to bring in the new panelists, y'all, Life with Lizzie and Deb.
Well, an easy way to start to make it like really elementary is you can go to Ancestry.com and go to the genealogy portion, not the DNA portion.
Ain't no
and
way.
You can start with, if
Go ahead,
I'm
Yaya.
talking,
Go ahead.
and you can start with your name and then your parents' name. Because a lot of the records have been calculated by the Mormons and who own Ancestry.com, all your records are located there. So your parents' marriage license, birth certificates, death certificates, all the way back to the very first census of 1790. And that's how you find your people. It's really not hard, but you have to do the work. The assumptions of name changes and I can't find anyone, that's just because you haven't done the work. So it's a 14-day free trial, Ancestry.com. It'll be free. Start with yourself and your parents.
That's not going to tell you your slave masters. That's not going to tell you where your family has
You don't
gone.
know what it's going to tell you because
It's not going to tell you that.
Okay, y'all, this is not.
You don't know what it will tell you. People,
this is not an FBA conversation today.
I'm not an FBA. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not an
Well,
FBA.
let me spell it out. Foundational Black American.
I'm not one of those people. I'm not. I'm just a regular old degler Black American person. That's it.
Okay,
That's all.
So again, I didn't accuse you specifically, Yaya. I said this, that's the qualifier, is not an FBA conversation. So before we go down the lineage of promoting Ancestry.com and, telling Black people, to my other sister's point here about proving your Blackness, I think those are tools of white supremacy. I think when we start getting into, it always amazes me how we have so
Mod,
much.
she asked me the question and the host told me to answer
Yeah,
her.
yeah. Well,
That's what happened.
Nichelle's a
I'm
mod.
not-
Let me let Nichelle come in.
I'm
Nichelle.
replying.
Go ahead.
I'm simply replying. I'm not sure why. This is not personally directed toward you, Yaya. Okay? You have been very respectful so far. I'm simply saying I am responding as a Black woman, and I'm saying as I weigh in and listen on this conversation, I feel like it's literally tools of white supremacy when we start demanding or asking people, Black people of this country, okay, to her point. I'm sorry, sis, I can't see your full name. To your point about how we identify or how we chart and find our history, our lineage. I know for me, it's been extraordinarily difficult with names being changed and stuff like that. And I've got Ancestry.com. So that's all I'm saying. I'm pointing out this whole thing started off with Black and brown unity and the response to the Super Bowl and anti-Blackness within the community. And now we've trailed off into a promotion for Ancestry.com and how to figure out how Black you are. That's all. It's an observation of this conversation. These conversations tend to always go this way. And instead of us having smoke for the oppressor, we got smoke with each other. And I have a problem with that. As a Black woman, I hate this conversation. I truly do. Is it an important conversation? I mean, I guess you could weigh it that way. I'm not sure. But instead of us having smoke for the colonizer, we're beefing with each other, talking about whether or not we're Black enough or whether or not there's Black and brown, unity. There's enough smoke for the colonizer. We don't need to be punching on each other. That's all I'm saying, Yaya. And I also want to tell you, I very much appreciate your passion for our community. I don't want you to know that that's lost on me as another Black woman. I understand that passion for the reparations. I get all that. I just wonder, as we're having these conversations, do we get so lost in the weeds that we miss the broader, bigger picture?
All right. Thank you very much. All right. All I know is I better begin to check for at least 10,000 from Ancestry.com. If I don't, boy, I'm going to be really pissed off. Let me go to...
Wow.
Let me go to Life with Leslie.
She asked the question. Like, y'all not going to throw that code on me. She asked me a specific question as if she was confused.
She said
and I answered
not you
her, and I
directly.
tried
She
to
was
get it
speaking
for
to both
free.
of us. She spoke to both of us.
Honey,
Do you see me get
she
offended?
finished what she said, and she said, yeah, and I'm the one that brought up Ancestry.com. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm talking to her.
You ain't got to sweetheart
not you.
me. I'm old.
Deb.
Okay. All right. Hold on, y'all. Let me. So real quick. Hold on, y'all. Let me go to Life with Lizzie, and then we're gonna go to Deb. Okay. So Life with Lizzie. Go ahead, fam. 2 minutes.
Hello. How are you, Smitty?
You were gonna say social, Smitty, weren't you?
Yes.
Bless you.
I was going to say something about the whole Bad Bunny thing. Bad Bunny's last album has a few songs talking about the history of Puerto Rico, which was released January 5th of 2025, before Kendrick got on that stage. He was already set speaking about the history of things that was going on in Puerto Rico. When he did his tour, he already had Sugar Canes out there before he even hit the Super Bowl. These are things that I understand that as much as Yaya is passionate and everything, and she has every right to be, but the fact that you want to say he is wrong when his album had songs already talking about this. So in the mix of him using other popular songs that were hits that had nothing to do with the history, but this is something about the Latino community that we tend to laugh through our pain. We are taught that in such a way that sometimes it's not the greatest thing, but that's the way that we're taught, is to laugh through our pain. So then he has those mixes where he comes out with Titi Me Preguntó, which is a song that has nothing to do with the history, but it was a hit. And it was something, again, that you laugh through your pain. So no, I do not think for 1 minute he said, hey, I am going to sit there and I am going to write down my notes and switch a few things up and what Kendrick did. And that takes nothing away from Kendrick because he did a wonderful job. I played that the whole time. I played that like 20 times, if that, the day after. His Super Bowl performance was awesome. But that doesn't take away that Bad Bunny had his playlist already set before the Super Bowl.
All right, thank you, Life with Lizzie. Let's go to Deb, and I saw a request to get another Puerto Rican up, so I will try to do that. If you're Puerto Rican and the request, put a 1. I will give you that last box. Go ahead, Deb. Your thoughts.
Hello, hi. I wanted. Well, the question was the Super Bowl one of the greatest, or what was the question?
Oh, but you can talk to anything you've heard on the topic, or you can talk about if you like the performance. And then we've also talked about Lady Gaga and that piece of it. Some people.
I like the performance, yes, but my favorite one was the one with Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and Mary J. Blige. But yes, I liked this performance. I thought it really was a story more than a performance. Like, it was very peaceful. It had he did say God bless America. Our flag was in the front. It was very united we stand. I like that message was nice. Yeah, that's really where I really think it was good. It had a little bit of everything. There was other celebrities there. I like that he brought out Lady Gaga, and then for the fact that why so much hate, when we need more love, we need more people, we all have to come together, like, especially with everything that's going on. It's so much violence in the street, the love, like, let's United States, it's all about different cultures, Asians, Blacks, Hispanics, Armenians, people from India live here, Chinese people. I mean, it's just too many. And I think it was a great message, and we needed that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Deb. I'm just going to drop you just because I'm trying to get as many folks as I can up because we're going to be closing soon. But thank you for coming up, fam.
Smitty, if you want to drop me so you could bring another Puerto Rican up, I have no problem dropping.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate you, fam.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're going to let Kim go. Let's go.
Can I say something, Smitty?
Yeah, real quick. Let me let DeMarcus come in. I think he's been waiting a little bit longer, and then I want to get Yaz's opening comment, and I'm going to get a couple more folks from Puerto Rico as well. Go ahead, DeMarcus. Go ahead, brother.
So the first recorded black slave in America was in Puerto Rico. That was 1513. The first black slave in mainland America was 1619. So you have almost 100-year difference. And you did have trade between Puerto Rico and the mainland, particularly be talking about chattel slavery. So a lot of people don't know the history of that, and they think that it's only like mainland. If it didn't happen on the mainland, that's not America. While it took a while for Puerto Rico to be recognized as a part of America, as a territory, it is literally a part of American history down to the chattel slavery. And yes, those older black men could absolutely be descendants of chattel slaves in America, even if they're Puerto Rican. So this is the problem where we're not understanding the nuances and the intersectionality between the Latino community and the black community, especially if we're talking about chattel slavery. If that's the hill that you want to unalive on, that you have to have direct connection to chattel slavery, that would absolutely be black Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico. That's just a fact.
Okay. All right. Thank you, brother. Let me Club J, I gotta let you go, but I'll give you one minute to get a final comment in.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I appreciate it, Smitty.
Yeah.
My statement still stands, with Bad Bunny. He did an awesome job. He set the message, and it was a really strong statement, of unity. And he told his story. He stuck with his constitutional rights. And as far as what it goes, I mean,
I'm gonna be straight up with people. I mean, if you guys got a problem with his performance, you don't have to watch it. You know what I mean? It's just that simple. You know, you got a freedom of changing the channel or turning the TV off. You know, it's up to you. But no one ain't forcing you to watch these shows. You know, and I'm gonna stand with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it, bro. Much love. Much love to everybody in the.
Yeah. All right, Club J. We're gonna let you go. Let's get Yaz. We're gonna get this girl, and then Dark Marine. And again, we're gonna try to get some other folks in, and we'll continue the discussion probably for a bit longer, but we'll see how it goes. So we're gonna go straight to panel. We're gonna go 1 minute apiece, though. So I got to go a little bit quicker. We'll get Yaz, again, this girl, Dark Marine, and Adriana. Go ahead, Yaz. 1 minute.
Okay,
Go ahead, whatever you
really
wanna talk about.
quickly, I've been listening for a while. There's a lot that I would love to, dive
I'll keep
into.
you up. I'll keep you up.
But, as a Puerto Rican, I feel like it is my right to just educate a little bit on what exactly the message of this performance was. First of all, Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. We're not a state, right? What does that mean? That means we belong to the United States. We're born U.S. citizens. We use the U.S. dollar. We serve in the U.S. military. We follow U.S. federal laws. Our students use the FAFSA for college, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? However, we cannot vote for a U.S. president. We do not have voting members in Congress, and Congress has final authority over what happens in Puerto Rico as a law. Puerto Rico essentially is like an adult child who lives in the house, follows the house rules, pays some bills because the United States does benefit financially from us, but we don't get full say on how the house is run.
Go
Right?
ahead. I'll give you another minute. Go ahead.
So that is,
Go ahead.
the situation of what the relationship between Puerto Rico and the United States is. This performance from Bad Bunny was an ode to that. There are a lot of people who didn't really understand the message of the performance, but the people who are supposed to understand the message of the performance, which is the United States of America, they understood it, right? Or I'm sorry, I'm thinking in Spanish, sorry. The government in the United States of America, they understood the message. This message was a protest. There was so much that went into it. I know I heard someone earlier say that there was Black Puerto Ricans sitting in a table playing cards. No, they were playing dominoes. Dominoes is a Puerto Rican, it's something that's very cultural to us. They were sitting there playing dominoes. There was so many scenes of what is essential to Puerto Rican culture in this message that just were missed. And because I don't have that much more time, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. I'll keep you up, though. You'll get another opportunity. Thank you, yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to go to this girl. I'm going to give you 2 minutes as well. So we'll keep it fair with everybody. 2 minutes. Go ahead.
No worries. Hi, everyone. Kind of Yas really touched on a lot of the subjects that I was, but I just want to clarify something. So when we speak about America is one continent. Okay, first of all. And when we speak about the US, right, the US of America, right, a lot of people get confused with this. I just want to clarify that because a lot of people don't understand. His performance, Bad Bunny's performance, was a performance for the Latin community, for Puerto Rico, and for Latin people in general. That's why I wanted to know mainly if we can go back to Yaya at some point. Yeah. What did Bad Bunny do? There's a lot of AI videos running around with false videos and themes, so we have to be careful with that because I'm not sure she ever even got to the point where I'm trying to figure out what happened. What did Bad Bunny do? Because this whole time she's just kind of been saying something about Bad Bunny and the Black community, and she's not putting it together. So I just want to know, like, what did Bad Bunny do? Because in none of the lyrics or anything, this has nothing to do with the Black community. I'm sorry to say that. This was a protest to unite people in general and to explain to people what the Americas is. Because the Americas is not just the United States of America. That's it. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yaya, if you want a minute to answer, definitely give it to you.
Okay. There is a continent called America, and that's Canada, Greenland, the United States of America, the Caribbean, Central and South America, all the way down. That's the continent called Americas, with an S at the end. But there is only one country in the whole entire world called America.
No.
It's called
No,
the
that's the United States of
period.
America. Nope.
Y'all gonna cut me off? I don't
Yes.
cut off people.
Yes, it's
And I
Okay,
only wait for the
hold
host
on,
to give me
hold on.
permission to
Let's let her
talk.
finish, and then here, yeah, go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
There's
And then
only one country. Country is different from a continent. There's only one country in the world called America, aka the United States. Period. You can Google it if you don't understand that, but that's it. That's all. My problem with excuse me, Bunny's performance is his visual message that he get, to me, counteractive what Kendrick Lamar did last year.
You're not explaining
And
what
this
did he
whole,
do?
you're just gonna overtalk me the entire, you know
hold
what?
on. Let's let her land. She's got another 30 seconds. Go ahead, yeah. Another 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I reclaim my time. No, I'm just kidding. So visually what he said and what he did were two different things. Visually what he did. And there is a difference. There is CARICOM in the Caribbean for people getting reparations. The reparations fight here is just for Black Americans. And there's a specific harms that happen to them here in the United States that does not deter from all the atrocities that happen to other people around the Americas, the continent. I'm not taking away from those people.
You're on time, fam. All right, let me. I think Michelle, you want to come in and say something really quick?
Just real quick, misinformation flag, y'all. Greenland is part of Denmark, and it is not part of the Americas. And Bad Bunny named all of the countries in the Americas, from all the way to the bottom of the South, all the way up to Canada. And Greenland is not part of the Americas.
Okay. All right. Let me go. Disco, if you got about 30
I'm
seconds.
sorry. Let me correct her, and she can Google it since you know people love Google so much. Geographically, Greenland is part of North America. Sorry, it just is what it is.
Okay, so we get in trouble here for misinformation. Here, please. It's not like an argument or a debate. So yeah, I said what I said.
Twan, thank you so much, fam. All right. So Disco, if you want, you got another minute.
Don't
if you want.
even worry. Okay, so I'm actually gonna, this is not misinformation. I'm actually gonna clarify this for everyone. You'll be surprised. So Greenland does belong to the continent of North America, continent-wise. Politically, Greenland is autonomous territory of the Kingdom of Denmark. So just to clarify that. So
There's no clarification with me. That's exactly what I said. I said Greenland belongs to the continent.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, okay. So
Jesus,
hey,
girl, no.
Okay. Hold on, y'all.
So sorry. Let me just.
Go ahead.
Woo. Okay. She keeps conflating the whole event back to the Black community and saying that what he did erased everything in the Black community. His performance has nothing to do with the Black community, and I mean this respectfully, has nothing to do with reparations, with anything right now. He did this for the Latin community. I just want to say that respectfully. And I just want to say this. I'm Latina. I'm Puerto Rican. My people have gone out there and we've gone to the protests for all the Black community, and I will keep doing that. And I will never generalize what I was bullied in school by a group of Black women who would beat on me all day. And you think because of that, I'm going to hate the Black community? No, because I have amazing friends. There is an amazing community, and I'm never going to do that. I don't erase cultures. And for example, how she was talking about who built this country. I'm glad that somebody else clarified that, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't just the Black community. There was a lot of Asian people who did. But yeah, that's my stance on it.
Real quick. Yeah.
What did the Asian people build? Like y'all.
So hold on, y'all. Let's make sure we're going. I promise you, I'll give everybody time because I do think that that's an important point to come back to. But let me get Dark Marine Queen.
Thank
2
you.
minutes, fam. You got it. Go ahead.
I believe that we are missing the point, and we are measuring pain by who has been suffering the most, when we all have been at each other's throat, when we have a common denominator. I believe that every minority has been, at one point or another, subjected to pain. Whether your pain was bigger than mine, that's debatable. Whether your culture has been more violated than mine, that's debatable. At this point, we are going to have the conversation as to whether or not Bad Bunny made history. Just like black people, my black people made history. Just like many different people have made history. Let's give them the crown to who is the king at the time. Because at one point we had Michael Jackson. At one point we had Elvis Presley. At this point today, we have Bad Bunny. Yes, he did it in Spanish. I'm sorry you don't understand it. I am an American born in Texas, served in the military. I am descendant from Portuguese, French. I speak several languages, 7 to be clear. However, at this particular time, let's celebrate an American Puerto Rican guy that went and sang in his own language, and that he's going to break records just like Hendrick Lamar did last year, and just like future generations will be inspired by what he did. This was a message of love, was the first was the first solo artist that have had the Super Bowl, that has done a celebration of a culture that has been colonized by white people, that Puerto Rican have served to the Marines, to the Army, to every branch, to every place in government. Right now, we have one Supreme Court justice that is serving as Puerto Rican to this country. Let's unite. This isn't about your color is worse than mine. This isn't about your language being worse than mine. This isn't about how slavery was worse than mine. This isn't about me as a woman being discriminated worse than mine. This is us coming together as people. We all have been subjected to suffering. Yaya, let's hold hands, because I will give my life today, right now, for all the black women that I served in the military, for all those black women that taught me what your culture was like, for all those men that have paid with blood. With everything that we have paid to this country, today is not the time to divide, because we all are subjected to that suffering from a supremacist system. And there is nothing anybody can change to make me feel differently, that everybody have suffered at one point or another, and your pain is not less valuable than everyone else.
Thank you, fam. Okay, your time. Thank you. Let's go to she didn't mention you, so she did mention Yaya. So Yaya, if you want a minute to respond, you can. But then I got to go to Adriana.
Okay. I haven't denied anybody any pain. I haven't denied it. I have not played oppression Olympics with anyone. I have not said my pain is where that's not what I'm here for. That's not what I do. That's not what I'm about. I'm about specifically that there was a message put through, and that we literally have something going on right now. And the following year, somebody literally decided to use similar imagery and to use a social political situation that they were going through for the first time. For the first time ever. It has nothing to do with culture. It has nothing to do with language. It has nothing to do with entertainment. It has everything to do with the message. It has everything to do with the message. Just period.
Can I?
It's not the first time.
Real quick, y'all. Real quick. We got to stay in order. Let me go Adriana, and then we're going to go to five. Naija. Okay. Five. I got it. 5 Naija. Okay. All right. Let's go, Adriana. Adriana, your take.
Let's
you can
go.
speak on whatever you want.
So you said why? What was the message? The message right now, girl, I don't know if you realize what's happening in our world, in our country.
Do not call me girl. Do not.
Woman?
Do
Sorry,
not
what was your name?
call me
Yaya?
girl.
Yaya? Okay,
Do
Yaya.
do not call me
Do you
girl.
understand what's happening?
And you
Are-
can-
you're
and
telling
you-
me
Hold on, y'all.
You're interrupting me now? Oh, you're
Hold
going to
on. Let's
interrupt
start
me now?
over. Let's start over. Let's call her what she would like to be called. Let's start with go with Yaya. Go ahead.
Do not call me girl. As a black American woman, don't call me girl.
That's fair.
That's all I'm
That's
saying. My
absolutely
name is
fair.
right here. It's really easy.
Good.
You want to take my time?
Adriana.
You're taking my time?
I will restart.
What's
it. Go
happening
ahead.
in our country right now is it's not even an immigration thing. It's a white supremacy thing. You're talking about Reconstruction. President Johnson was all about white supremacy. So even though slavery was abolished, people never even got their rights. Right now, the same thing is happening. This is almost like a civil war too. Okay. I'm sorry to say it. It's really scary, but and from someone I'm not African American, I'm Mexican, but people ask me all the time, they're like, are you black? I really don't know. My grandfather was adopted, but it's neither here nor there. Okay. We're the same color. You think they're going to treat me any different than you? If I get pulled out of my car by somebody and I get taken away as an American citizen, it's just not okay for them to do that at all. It's not okay for any citizen to be shot in the face. Like, that's really what this was about. I'm sorry that it took from your message or the message that you think is so much more important, but this is what's happening right now. This is what's happening right now. I'm so sorry that you feel like it's taken away from you. But girl, like, sorry, I can't call you girl. But that's the way I talk to my girls.
Me girl.
But that's the way I talk to my
let's
girls.
not do that.
I'm not your girl. I'm a 57-year-old woman.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just address folks the way they want to be addressed.
I'm still trying to be respectful because that's the way I talk to my girls. When I say girl, like, I'm talking to my girls like that.
I don't care. I don't care. I have a historical.
So I'm from Texas. I'm from Texas, and we're a little bit more friendly.
I have a historical.
Mama, don't even worry about she was
with the
calling
word
someone else
girl.
sweetie.
Hold on, y'all.
You guys are disrespect. If I have to say undocumented, you don't call no Black American woman a girl.
Then don't be calling people
I'm
sweetie.
sorry.
Girl.
Then don't
Hold on.
Here we go.
Hold on.
Here we go, girl. Sit down.
Hold on. Let's just call people to what they want to be called, right? Final time, because
you call me girl one more time, then I'm gonna be disrespectful, and I'm not disrespectful, but I can.
Yeah. No. I'm supporting you in this. I right. Let's call people what they want to be called. Really simple. Okay. Let me go 2-5 Nasia, and then I want to go to DeMarcus because I need your box, brother. But I want to let you get a final comment.
Hold on, y'all in the chat. You will get muted too. Please listen. Please don't disrespect the host. Please don't do that. If Smitty has set the standard for people on the panel not to call her girl, why are y'all in the chat calling her girl? That's childish, and I will be muting you. Like, come on. If you don't have the emotional bandwidth to have this conversation, guess what? You can scroll. She's right. We are not going to demean her, regardless if we don't agree with her, and call her out of her name. So if he set the standard on the panel, respect it in the chat. I saw all of y'all calling her sweetie girl. Don't do that. Like, come on, y'all.
All right, let's go to Fab Nasia.
I'm sorry. Can I just say something really, really quickly? We're not calling her sweetie. She called someone on the panel sweetie. So that's why they're calling her out for that. I'm so sorry. Just want to clarify.
Okay. We're gonna just call people what they want to be called from now on. Let's do that. Go ahead, Nasia, and then we'll go to.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, go Swan next.
Yeah, hello, everyone. So, one thing that I hate people talking about is how they're saying, "Oh, Bad Bunny's halftime show is similar to Kendrick Lamar's halftime show." You have to understand that, first of all, Kendrick's halftime show is more of a confrontation, like it's more confrontational, and it's a politically charged approach. When Kendrick, like, you had to see like the style, everything, the setup of the whole show, songs, everything in the show was confrontational. But Bad Bunny's show was more to bring people together. Even at the end, what's it called? The thing that the I don't know what it's called. The little excerpt that I read at the top that was like I forgot what he said, but that was like, hate is what is it called? Love is bigger than hate. It was more to bring people together in the state of what is going on in the United States. Kendrick's was more of a social critique and a political message. And exactly, that was why Samuel Jackson was there. It was more of a political messaging. While Bad Bunny it felt like a culture where everybody was invited to. He tried to make it more inclusive. Everybody was saying, "Oh, but it was in Spanish." Da 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 da. I'm sorry. When you go to an opera, or when you travel out of the country, when you go to an opera, or when you attend an opera, even in the United States, do you try to tell them to translate it to English for you? Because the standards are appalling. Because when you guys say, "Oh yeah,
the whole thing was in Spanish, da da da. And I'm just like, well, Spanish is his native language. If he wants to speak in Spanish, if he wants to sing or perform in Spanish, he has the right to do so. He's a United States citizen, and he has every right to perform in whatever language he wants to perform in. And one of the reasons why I loved that show very much was the inclusivity. That he told us that America is not just the United States of America. It's all not the Caribbean, Mexico, Canada, all the countries below Mexico. And that's oh, my time's up. Sorry. Yeah.
No. Go. I'm gonna let you go. So go ahead. Take another minute. Go ahead. Take another
Oh,
minute.
okay. I was still mind up. And that's something that I found very, very like I applauded because it just shows that you bringing we're all immigrants make up America. That's one thing people have to understand. America is a melting point. And like you said, there's no official language for the United States of America. So I don't see why people are pissed off about it. So that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Naija. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you. All right, we got and then DeMarcus, brother, I gotta let you go, but you got 2 minutes. Go ahead, fam.
So I think my problem is what was never addressed was the fact that the person that she's trying to defend, Kendrick Lamar, literally used someone from the Latino community to do 3 songs on his album. And I brought that up for her particular reason because, again, I'm pretty sure if we asked him today, did he have a problem with Bad Bunny's performance, he would say absolutely not. But again, this is not about individually liking it or not. What we're doing is trying to set some type of standpoint where it's okay to be not okay with this country in public because we have an administration that's literally trying to criminalize even saying anything bad about the president of the United States of America. So no matter if you're Puerto Rican and saying it, if you're Black American and saying it, we're all saying the same thing. You fighting individually for reparations right now on its face is laughable. Under this administration, it's just not going to happen no matter who performs for the Super Bowl. So to act like Bad Bunny himself squashed that talking point for Black people where we don't even have that on the table underneath this administration is just wild. But 2, trying to separate, again, the Black American experience from the Puerto Rican experience, which is also can be a Black American experience, is literally erasure. You're erasing an experience of Black Americans in this country just because they don't have the same Black American experience as you do, when a lot of Black people in America, mainland, don't have the same Black experience as you do. Black people in Cali don't have the same experience as people in Chicago or people in DC or people in New York or Detroit or Philly or Miami or Atlanta or Houston. We all have unique Black experiences with culture, but the one thing that we have in common is white people hate our fucking guts. I'm sorry. They don't like us. So if you don't understand that through line between the issue at hand, which is white supremacy, and see how both performances were needed, then you yourself are anti-Black. Because it's not the fact that Bad Bunny's performance was to hype up any type of Black issue. It's the fact that his issue getting solved and Kendrick's issue getting solved solves the entire problem, which is white supremacy.
All right, thank you, brother.
But can I
I
add?
appreciate you.
But can I add to that?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can get you in. Give me 1 second. Let me. Nichelle, are you good? It's actually Nichelle's turn, but let me check to see if Nichelle's good with you taking time. I'm good with it. Go ahead, Nichelle. It's your choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Just continue to tap the live, you guys, and continue to share and help Smitty reach his live goals. Follow him and click the orange heart and gift the panel if you are agreeing with the things that they're saying and want to support them. Thanks.
All right, go ahead, Dark Marine. 1 minute. Go ahead. Dark Marine, are you there? You're on mute.
I'm so sorry. Yes, it was not just critical and cultural, impactful what Bad Bunny did. A lot of the issues that he put up front, we may not have understood what it meant. The sugar cane. It was basically the industry that their culture produces the most, which is sugar. The other thing that a lot of people miss was when he was climbing those poles. The last time that Donald Trump was president, the island was out of power for 3 to 6 months. He was climbing those poles, expressing that the island sometimes goes days without power, that the island is in need of a lot of reparations that we take from them, but it's never given back. It's the same thing that we do with Hawaii, that we took away their culture, their voice, their language, and then we forgot who they are, but we use their island. It's the same thing with Puerto Rico. The painting of the nails, the little stands that they sell fruits, and you saw the coconuts. The same thing that people saw Black people playing dominoes. That is part of their culture. He was not taking away from Black people. He was explaining his people and his issues. So please, when we compare these folks, it's not the same thing, but it might be similar, because the struggle, like somebody mentioned before, is very similar.
Your time, Pat.
We have those boots in our throats. That's all it is.
Thank you. All right, let me go.
Can I
Go
say
ahead.
something
Yeah,
really
yeah.
quick?
That was. So let's do Yaya, then Yaz, and then we're gonna go to get off the panel. Go ahead, Yaya. 1 minute response. and
Once
then
again,
Yaz, 1 minute. Go ahead.
mine's is a social political argument, and Puerto Rico is part of CARICOM. They're already fighting for their own reparations, and Black Americans in America are not part of it, but the entire Caribbean is part of it. So that's where I'm standing. Like, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not mad at anyone's culture. Okay? I'm not at all. No, I'm not. I'm not mad that he's singing Spanish. Okay? I have albums made in Spanish. Like, I don't understand what people don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about reparations. And so if we're all the same, then Black Americans would have been included in the CARICOM fight for reparations that's going on in the Caribbean, but they excluded us. So we have our own separate fight here in the United States of America. Okay? And that's what we've been fighting for.
All righty, thank you. Let's go to Yaz, 1 minute. And then we'll
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on what Yaya's been saying this whole time, which is that Bad Bunny's message delineated Kendrick's message, and I just, I have to fundamentally disagree with that. Bad Bunny's performance was nothing like, it was not about Kendrick. It was nothing to do with generic American critique or the struggles of the Black American. It was very, very, very
Generic?
specifically about
Did she call it generic?
Hold on, yeah. Let's
That's
let
a little
Yaz.
rude.
Yeah,
That's a
let's let
little
Yaz
rude.
get her comment.
So it was a very, very specifically messaged Puerto Rican protest aimed at the USA as a political power. And it was full of Puerto Rican symbolism, of course, and it was a celebration of our culture as well. But the core message really was Puerto Rico is used, we're controlled, and we're being erased by the United States of America while being denied full political power, by being denied dignity, and by being denied self-determination. This performance was in its entirety a reminder that Puerto Rico is not invisible, and we're not going to stay silent anymore. The biggest reason why he went in Spanish is because he wanted to scream it from the top of the roof of the casita, is we are here and we won't be erased by the United States of America. In case,
I'll keep you up though. I'll keep you up. You're on time. All right. Yeah, you're good. All right, let me go to Swan. By the way, we have at least 2 Puerto Ricans on the panel, if not 3, just for folks that there are no Puerto Ricans.
Just for reference, there's a young lady in the comments, and she's constantly being disrespectful. She's poking the bear. She keeps calling me girl. She done put her whole message in capital letters and added me, and she poking a bear.
Okay.
I apologize.
Look
for that.
here, this is part of the reason I joined the panel. I do have something else I want to say, but I'm gonna do mod things right now. Just because you don't like what she has to say, mind you, I don't agree with a lot of what Yaya has said. This black woman has asked you not to call her girl. If you do it again, you are going to be up out of here. We're not doing that. Call her by her name. Thank you.
Thank you for respecting the panel. Thank you.
And by the way, y'all done woke up the other mod. Now I'm just saying, when Southern comes up here, look, okay, chill in the chat. Thank
All
you.
right. Let me go ahead, Swan. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what I came into, Smitty. The chat is a lot. They're doing a lot right now. I think okay, so I'm just kind of coming in, and I think that there was a claim that was made about blackness being erased from Bad Bunny's performance. Is that the claim? Okay, yeah, I disagree with that. So I'm a Black Puerto Rican woman. Okay, I grew up in the United States. My mother was born there, and then she came to the United States. I think one thing that I thought was very important and crucial, right, is the music, right? Not a lot of people know about like bomba and the combination of Taino people and African people, and the culture that grew from that, right? That includes a lot of parts of both cultures, right? And the constant rejection of white supremacy. There's a very deep rooted history, right? Like if you are Puerto Rican, and you all know what I mean when I talk about the township of Loíza, right? The beginning of his performance opened up with an Afro-Latino guitarist, Alexander Mercedes, right? Like he also included and fused together, which y'all heard me talk about earlier, right? Like I really enjoyed seeing him bring New York City into the performance as well. Dark, can you please mute? You got background noise. You're off of mute. Yeah, I really enjoyed him bringing in the combining like being somebody who was Puerto Rican and grew up in New York City, right? When I saw that part of the halftime show and everybody was dancing outside the barbershop, and that was something like, even the way that they were dressed, right? That was something that reminded me of watching my mother's, like all of her photos that she had when she was younger. Like she has bags and bags of photos. Literally in the video, Nueva York, it looks like my mom and everything that she did when she was growing up in New York City. She grew up in Brooklyn, right? So I think it's really unfortunate. I think a lot of people don't necessarily know the history, so maybe there's a misconception there. But he included everybody. I thought it was great. Of course, Lady Gaga, but everything else, I loved it. It was wonderful. He didn't discount Black people.
Yeah. And let me just add something from before. I think this is important, right? It goes to we built this country that Black Americans say. I think this is important, right? Because it goes back to history. When Black people talk about we built this country, you have to understand that there was a time where the future of America was very much tenuous, and even before America was started, right, the economy was built on the backs of Black slave labor. And so when we talk about we built this country, that's what we're referencing. Did we build the entire country? Nobody is saying that. But when we talk about, again, when this country was in peril, when you look at the Revolutionary War, back all the way to the War of 1812, you have to look at when this country, again, was in the most peril. That is what folks are talking about when we say we built this country. So that I just want to talk about that phrase. Folks are saying it's not we're saying, oh my gosh, nobody else did anything. It's just very important to talk about that specific time period when we say that. That's why I just want to come back to that.
Sorry, can I add one more thing? I do want to say in Yaya's defense, when people, I don't know if people know why Yaya is saying don't call me girl, right? I'm not sure, because that triggered me, and then seeing it in the comment section afterwards triggered me as well, right? Because I'm not going to sit here and act like there's not a lot of anti-Blackness within the Puerto Rican community. We're not going to do that, right? Because we know that it exists. But in her defense, calling a Black woman girl is problematic, right? Because it's infantilizing a Black woman. There was a lot of times during chattel slavery where Black men would be called boy, right? Removing their adulthood, right? It's the same thing when you call somebody girl. So I think it's really unfortunate that was missed on people and that people kept on perpetuating that. It's not okay. It's very deep rooted. It is very, very offensive. And I definitely took offense to that as well. And the fact that y'all kept on doing that in the comment section shows a lot of y'all's anti-Blackness. And that's not okay. So I just wanted to say that I do 100% agree with Yaya on that. It's because of slavery. Stop being harmful, y'all.
Thank you, Swan. Let me go to Covey. Covey, 2 minutes, fam. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh my God, Smitty, what did I come into? Right. First of all, thank you for bringing me up on the panel. Number one, I think like this can be like a very nuanced take. I fully agree with what Swan said. I find myself always agreeing with what she says, but I think the performance. This is precisely why I really like the trajectory of Bad Bunny's career currently. Initially, I didn't used to like him as much in his days when he used to collaborate with Drake. But I do think that it's a really good thing that he is hyper focusing on shedding light to his own country and the way that his country is being occupied and also how his people are being gentrified, right? So I think that within that aspect, I think it's really good. Another thing that I find very shocking is Spanish being Cindy, do you know how confusing it is to me for Spanish to be demonized? You know that within like Europe as well, people are so eager to learn Spanish as a second language. Because at the end of the day, Spanish is a European language, right? But within the American context, the fact that Spanish is associated with brown people and that's why it's being demonized, to me is crazy, even though it's originally a European language, right? So I think like him singing in Spanish isn't necessarily an issue. And also the reparations conversation, I don't know why that is being included in this. I don't think he brought in, the conversation about reparations into this. I'm a bit confused because I thought he was just trying to highlight his culture and his people, which I personally think he did it beautifully. And lastly, I feel like when we're talking about anti-blackness, like a lot of the people in the chat are low-key, high-key proving Yaya right. I'm sitting here and listening to people being anti-black. And also, Smitty, you said America was built on the backs of black people. Capitalism was built on the back of black people. The first capital when the system of capitalism was literally enslaved black people. Okay? The whole civil society as we know it today, the global economy is dependent on black people dying and has been dependent on black people dying for centuries. So when people try to downplay it and say, well, other people build it too. No. You're downplaying the fact that the foundation of capitalism is black labor. Also, people who are downplaying this, by the way, if you're sitting here and horrified but what you're reading in the Epstein files, this is what happened to black people, what continues to happen to black people every single day for centuries. So if you're horrified by this happening in the Epstein files, but for some reason you're not horrified that it happened to a people for centuries, nonstop, I don't know why you expect people to move on, and I don't know why you expect people to be okay with you downplaying it. But yeah.
Right. Thank you, Covey. All right, we are just about in the top 100.
Can I get a closing statement as I'm leaving?
Yeah, I got you. Yes, yeah, I'll come to you next. We are in the top 100 just about for the league. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifts. Really appreciate that. And if y'all can tap the screen share out the live, I would also appreciate that as well. I think we're having a good discussion. It's a hard discussion, right? We talk about black and brown unity and we talk about the steps that need to be taken. Hard discussions are a part of it, that's for sure. And it's hopefully a mutual learning opportunity for everybody. That's the goal of the live again. And you're not going to get that when you're talking to just people that agree. We got to have some folks that may disagree or may bring up points that we don't like. And I understand there's some frustration with some of the stuff that's been said. But if we can just have mutual respect and we can learn together, then we can grow together. But if we don't never have the uncomfortable conversation, I guarantee you we won't get anywhere. So we need those tough, difficult moments. So just stay patient with us. And I think we will continue to learn from each other. Go ahead, Yaz. I know you got. Go ahead. 2 minutes. I know you got to go. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to take the same opportunity that Bad Bunny took in the Super Bowl, just to give a little bit more context and educate on Puerto Rico as a whole, right? By talking a little bit more on what he presented during his show, just for knowledge. And we can start off with the sugarcanes fields in the beginning. For those of you who don't know, the time when Puerto Rico was the richest in economy was when we were the leading in the market in sugar production. That's the biggest significance with the sugarcane fields. It was not to, take away from the Black American culture. It was just to exalt our culture, our culture and our history. Sorry, I think in Spanish, speak in English.
You're good.
64 in the back of his t-shirt is representative of 1964, when the U.S. claimed that Puerto Rico was self-governing, when they gave us a quote-unquote autonomy promise, but this was never real. We are not autonomous. They are fully benefiting financially from the island while we slowly decay. Going back to the comment I was making before I stopped last time, the Spanish, the reason that he was very specific about making this whole show in Spanish, down to the introduction in the beginning where he wrote Super Tazón instead of Super Bowl, or where he put presenta instead of presenting, is because we refuse to be erased. In case some of you aren't aware, Puerto Ricans are being displaced. There's a lot of our abuelas and abuelos who've lived in condominiums for decades, who are being displaced by white Americans who are buying these condominiums and using them for Airbnbs. They're closing up our beaches and making them private when the beaches belong to the people. They don't belong to whoever just bought a mansion at the beach. And then again, there's also celebration of our culture in that performance. It was mentioned earlier, the part of Nueva York. The reason that Nueva York is on there is because we have a huge population of Puerto Ricans in Nueva York. So we are going to talk about New York, and when we're talking about our culture, the casita. There's so many Puerto Ricans who, we love to party, we love to hang out. We spend most of our days when we're not working or when we're not caring for our families at our friends' casitas, in the garage, playing dominoes, talking, drinking, hanging out. Like, this was not only a protest to what's going on in the island, but it was also a celebration of our culture. So I get sad when that gets muted with the comment of it's a delineation of what happened last year. They're both protests in and of themselves, but they don't have to do with they have nothing to do with each other.
Let me I think Swan wants to say something to you. Yeah. So
Can I add to that? Can I add to that?
Let me let Swan come in, because I think Swan wants to address what Yas said, and then Dark, I got you after. And but I do want to get Callie and Sajid. They've been waiting forever. So I'm gonna give y'all both 1 minute apiece, and then we are gonna go to the new panelists. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, I think it's about the way that people are wording things, right? Because in the beginning of the conversation, we know that people who are from what is now known as Nigeria, right, were brought over to Puerto Rico, right, and enslaved there. And in the beginning of the conversation, you said we weren't taking away from Black people, right? But the problem is when you do that, you create that separation. And I will be all the way honest, okay? In the Latino community, a lot of times when we talk about Blackness, there is a separation of Blackness from everybody else. And that does need to be spoken on, right? So you've got to change your language because Black people were a part of that. Again, the guitarist that was playing in the sugarcane field at the very beginning of the performance, that's an Afro-Latino man, right? We know that Black people were enslaved on the island of Puerto Rico as well. So to say he didn't cut out Black people, right? That wasn't trying to throw shade towards Black people or whatever the case is. It's because of the language that you're using. And keep in mind that language is because of how you've been indoctrinated and how you've grown up, right? I've got people in my family, not my family. I've met Puerto Rican people who won't even acknowledge the fact that I am Puerto Rican because I'm a dark-skinned Black woman. And that's a problem. And I think that is something that is not necessarily intentional. But I do think it's important that people wake up to it, because there is an entire group of people on the island of Puerto Rico, right? Y'all know why they all live together for the most part in the township of Loíza. That's for a reason. So I do think that is something that has to be talked about too. Y'all can't sleep on that anti-Blackness. The conversation and the language must include Black people who are Puerto Rican as well.
No, I fully agree with you.
Yes, come back in. Go ahead, yes.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. And I, as an Afro-Latina, have experienced it. I lived in the island, by the way. I saw someone comment earlier, everyone on the panel, when's the last time you were in Puerto Rico? This year. So I lived in the island, right? So I fully agree with you that there is colorism and there is racism within the Puerto Rican culture. My comment was more towards the point that was being made earlier of Bad Bunny's performance delineates from the message of last year, when the messages don't have to do with each other. That's what my comment was about.
But you made a separation, though, a distinction when you first opened up and started speaking. But that's all.
Okay.
I agree. I
Okay.
agree with the
Go ahead,
ladies.
Dark. 1 minute. Go ahead.
I agree with the ladies and all the explanation that you guys are giving. I applaud you for it. I commend you for it. But I want to add something else. The NFL is taking advantage of the idea that Bad Bunny is somebody that it is worldly known, and is taking advantage that they are taking the NFL to a higher level. That is the main reason why the NFL decided to go with an international star that is an American, that speaks Spanish, and that is celebrated worldwide. Because these numbers that we are going to see that are coming from the viewers of this halftime show is going to be beyond what happens last year. And I adore Kendrick Lamar. I adore the Black culture. I adore every person that moves up and put your community in a higher ground. Having said that, the NFL is going to move to a worldwide, because the NFL has always been an American thing, has always been just within the 50 states. Now they're taking it to a whole new level of marketing. They're taking it to a whole new level of languages. They're taking it worldwide. They are marketing this. They're they are targeting this very well, and they're doing it through your culture.
Thank you, Dark Marine.
Thank you.
Callie, you got 2 minutes.
Well, Athena took at least 2 of my talking points. So, I'll just, I did want to say, like,
Wow, Callie. When I saw Callie, I was like, why is Callie on the panel? Who's getting their hairline snatched? I didn't think it was going to be me, girl. I did not think it was
I'm not
gonna be me.
snatching nobody's hairline tonight.
Sorry.
But I do want to say, one, I think the conversation shifting to reparations seems a bit misguided. I don't think that that's what any of this was about. And I'll say that to lean into, I think we can care about more than one thing at the same time. And while Kendrick's performance last year was very poignant for Black Americans. And like, I felt the hell out of that. And a lot of us did, especially if you're from Cali. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Bad Bunny also had something to say. And he was speaking to and for his community, just like Kendrick was speaking to and for the Black community. And I feel like it's weird when we don't afford other people that same opportunity, and we look at it like it's a competition, or like it's somehow taking away from like us. Like, that sounds very much like, ooh, if they get freedom, or if they get a slice of the pie, that's less pie for me. And I think that is very strange. It's a strange way to look at the situation, because if we really give a fuck about decolonizing, if we really care about anti-imperialism, if we really want to challenge the predatory capitalistic infrastructure that we have to recognize that even though we're Black Americans, and we're talking about Puerto Rico, and maybe we don't have the same experience as Puerto Rico, the victimization that has occurred in Puerto Rico has yielded similar results for them, right? And it's not the same struggle, but there's a lot of similarities, overlaps. And again, it goes back to understanding what it means to be anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, anti-capitalist, all of those things, right? So we have to recognize that when we're having these conversations, because I think it's just strange when we pretend like we can only focus on one thing at a time. That man said what he needed to say for his community, just like Kendrick said what he needed to say for ours. And big ups to him. I knew it was going to be lit when they opened in the sugarcane fields. I was like, bet.
There we go. Thank you. All right. Let me go to Sajida. I'm chuckling a little bit because I thought my Spanish was good, and then when I watched the halftime show, I was like, man, I got a lot more work to do. But obviously, I thought it was spectacular. Go ahead.
You have good Spanish. I heard you. We just speak really fast.
Thank you, fam. I appreciate
Say something after Sajida, by the way.
it. Yeah. Go ahead, Saji. 2 minutes.
Oh man.
Okay, first of all, to every single Latino that was in the comments repeating the word that you were asked not to use, you guys are a bunch of pendejos, okay? You are the reason why when we have these conversations, there's any kind of pushback. Black people been fighting for a fucking right since day one. All of our rights in this country since day one. But the reason that we don't have like complete full unity is because of the people in the chat. You are asking, and I'm a Latina. I was born and raised in Mexico. You are asking for people to learn your history, to hear your struggle, to fight your fight, to listen to your plight while not listening to theirs. You're still, it's 2026 and people still got to explain to you why what you said was offensive. And instead of saying, my bad, I didn't mean to come off that way. I had no idea. Whatever it is, I'm sorry. And teaching other people not to do that, you spam it in the chat. Why is it saying, bruh?
We have a process for misinformation. Please do that instead of reporting the panelist, okay? So if you didn't like what Saj had to say, you can just put misinformation. We can address it, even though she was just giving her opinion, okay? So please do that. It impacts everybody, including the people on the panel that you like. All right.
I want to say
Go
something,
ahead.
and then I'll get off.
Yeah, let me just check in with Nichelle, fam, and then I'll give you that opportunity. Nichelle, you good?
No, I just listening to this whole conversation. I'm a proud Black woman. I make no apologies for it. I am a proud Black woman. I am a proud Black mother, a proud Black sister. I love my beautiful, amazing Black children. I could go on and on. I love our culture. I love everything about specifically being a Black American. With that being said, and I think Southern was kind of alluding to this, as I watched the Super Bowl halftime show, I, as a proud Black woman, was overjoyed. I was just overjoyed, Smitty, at watching them get the chance on the biggest stage in the world to share their culture with the rest of the world. I know what it's like when our artists have been stolen from, right? When Elvis and so many other, genres, we watched Beyonce get just annihilated and being told that country was not part of a genre that Black people could partake in. We've watched it so many times. No, you can't do rock and roll. That's not for you. No, you can't do country. Nope, that's not for you. No, you can't do jazz. Nope, that's not for you. Nope, you can't do opera. Nope, that's not for you. Everything's not for you. And yet we rise. So I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not apologizing in 2026 anymore. I'm not sorry. I'm a proud, very pro-Black woman. And I stood in awe watching Bad Bunny, Benito, okay, put on just this amazing show. And so I kind of echo what Southern was saying. It feels weird to me. It feels weird to me to critique and have the conversation. That's one thing, but to say that somehow that performance and try to compare it, there is no comparison. They're two distinct performances that delivered two distinct messages, and I just don't understand it.
Thank you, Nichelle. All right, Dark Marine, yeah, go ahead. 2 minutes. I know you got to go. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for allowing me on the panel humbly. We all need to let somebody speak so we can respond to them accordingly. In the military, we always say, if you can't walk, crawl. If you can't crawl, roll over. If you can't roll over, fight with your teeth. That is where we all are at this particular point in time with an administration that is diminish every Black and brown community, every minority that there is. And if we don't speak respectfully to each other, with each other, among each other, nobody else will. Please respect the people that ask you to be respect, because also respect is earned, as it was taught to me in the military. Please be respectful to everybody that comes out here and expose their opinion, because it is important to listen before we try to criticize who they are and what they're about, because their struggles, to me, are very similar to my struggles. So let's love each other, like somebody said. Let's move on, because today is them, tomorrow is somebody else. I did see every flag of the American continent, and I am proud of that. I am very happy that he was able to celebrate for the very first time, not only their Black people, their culture, but also every country that has never been mentioned in a Super Bowl before. With that being said, have a wonderful night. Love
Thank you,
everybody.
Dr. Marie. Yeah, appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone.
Of course, fam. Alrighty. Let me go. Oh, and then Yaz, I think I was going to let you go. Did you want to say anything else? I know you had to go.
No, this is the first time I've been on a live. I don't know how to get off of.
Oh.
I want to switch to just listening, but I don't know.
I got you. You're like, I'm stuck. Get me out of here. All right. We got you. All right. We're going to get 2 people up. I'm going to try to get one new person. And I think Sachi got dropped. So we'll try to, no, right, B Sands. All right. Yaya, anything else you want to say before I let you go? Go ahead, fam. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to say this in closing. I did not like the performance at all. I didn't like the performance at all. I didn't. I felt like it was counterproductive to the message that social politically Black Americans are trying to put out at this time. When people say to me that immigrants built America, and I say things like, no, Black Americans built America, I'm talking about built America. I'm talking about the entire infrastructure. I'm talking about what you consider an infrastructure for a country. I'm talking about they purchased California for $15 million off of the money they made off of slave labor. I'm talking about they made the Louisiana Purchase from the French off of the money that they made off of slave labor. I'm talking about the White House. I'm talking about most of the capitals. I'm talking about all of the buildings. I'm talking about the masonry. I'm talking about what other people looked at in their country and said, hey, I want to go there because there's opportunity there. They did not come and leave something that did not have what they were going to. They went somewhere that was better than they were. And people built that opportunity. People built that infrastructure. People created, and people have over 55,000 patents for the inventions that made it a better opportunity for people around the world come. The majority of people did not get here until the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, and the United States of America was built. The foundation, the infrastructure was created. When I talk about building the railroads, I'm talking about 85% of the railroads were built on the back of Black Americans, some free in the North and some enslaved in the South. And only 800 miles was built by the Chinese. But when we don't specify who particular people are, and we don't allow people to delineate, I don't have an international stage to give my message on. I only have the United States of America.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Yaya. All right. Thank you for coming up.
Not delineate.
Onto that real quick. I don't know if anybody brought this up, but one of my mutuals brought it up. It's important.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. Shout out to Sean. But I also think people should take into consideration the fact that the United States is colonizing Puerto Rico. I don't know if that was brought up at all. I'm not sure if that was brought up at all, but I do think that that's something that people should keep in mind, especially when talking about like reparations and things like that. I don't know what the conversation was in the beginning about reparations. I don't know what was said. But here's my thing. Every person that is oppressed is responsible for getting reparations. I think really the conversation, instead of us trying to create some sort of like separation amongst like those that are oppressed, it should really just be like the people that are doing the colonizing, like those entities would be responsible for paying out. I don't really know why it was brought up as a way to separate people. Because obviously both oppressed groups, right, would be entitled to it. So I'm not sure what the conversation was about that before, but I did want to mention the U.S. is colonizing Puerto Rico right now. So, yeah.
All right. Let me, real quick. Let's let Sag finish because she kind of got cut off in the middle of her opening comment, and then I'm probably gonna wind it down, y'all. Yeah, I'll make a statement real quick after. But let's let Saji.
Before you end it,
What's that? We say Carolina.
oh, can you hear me? I said, can I jump back in before you end it after Sag? Because I was gone for a minute.
You was gone for more than a minute.
Well, I had a phone call.
That's not even a minute CPT time. That was like.
You're right.
Let me tell you.
Make people happy.
Anyway, let me go to. Go ahead, Sag. I'll give you another minute to get that in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Smitty. Apparently, the anti-Black Latinos in the comments didn't like me addressing them. I have never been reporting on your live. Here's what I'll say. The message has been Latinos need to fight for their rights right now. Latinos need to get out there and speak up and fight for what they deserve, right? They need to fight for their rights in this country. And this was a fight. Art is political. Art has always been political. And I wanted to let Yaya know, I don't know if she's still listening, because she said the comment earlier that Bad Bunny had a battery pack in his back and all of a sudden he wanted to make this political. Bad Bunny's been political. And this is the part where I wish people would go and listen to some of his music before this year. Okay, he's been speaking about the struggles, not just of Latinos, not just of Puerto Ricans. He's also been speaking about the struggles with the Black community. He spoke about what was happening during Black Lives Matter. He spoke about the police brutality before 2020. So this is not a man that's being opportunistic, and coming out and trying to put a message out because it's trendy right now. He's been doing this. And this is one of the reasons why we love him, because he's not one of those people that became famous and forgot where the hell he came from. And he's also spoken even for the transgender coming up for their rights. So art is political. This is a form of protest. And to me, sorry, because I need to say this. There's a lot of people, especially FBA, that always brings up LULAC, right? They bring up LULAC and how Latinos were grouped in with the YT community in order to get their education. What Bad Bunny did by speaking only in Spanish and singing only in Spanish and telling us in Spanish that we are worth it and that we should not give up, that is doing the opposite of what happened during that period of time with LULAC. He is telling us nobody needs to be whitewashed. You don't need to stop speaking your language. You don't need to stop dancing your music. You don't need to stop holding your flag. Hold on to your flag. Hold on to your language. Hold on to your culture, because that's what makes you you. So that's it.
All right. Thank you, Saji. All right, let's do this. Covey, I think you got to go. Is there anybody else that has to go that wants to make a final statement?
I do.
Okay. All right, let's go, Covey, and then Soar Angel. Hopefully, did I say that right? Is that right?
Yeah, Sir Angel.
Soar Angel. Okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wanted to drop for Sean because I saw in the comments that she really wanted to say something. But the one thing I wanted to say when I dropped is, I don't know if this was mentioned because I did come in late. The woman in the performance, Bad Bunny's performance, that he went and the woman who was in the side corner shop was Tonita Kai. Or Tonieta Kai, I think. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing her name. And I think that was like a really, really nice thing that he added her in there. In that, because she's a symbol of of resistance to gentrification in Brooklyn. This is a woman, I read up on her. This is a woman who actively, refused to sell her Williamsburg place, even though she's been offered like over $9 million, I think. So she was a perfect example of resistance against gentrification, right? So the little things that he added in there, I actually liked the performance. I think it was really nice. I think it was a celebration of his culture. Also, as I said, Bad Bunny, I really like the trajectory that he's on with regards to how he has started talking about, not started, but ever since he did start, but prior to this, he was doing that as well, talking about the occupation of Puerto Rico and the gentrification as well of Puerto Rico. So I do think that I did like the performance. So I also don't think that, like, you know, people need to be able to kind of let him celebrate his people and also let him talk about his people's issues and what they're going through. The last thing I wanted to say was, I don't think Blackness can be compared to any other struggle. That's just me, though. I don't think that, like, Blackness is way too unique in how it operates and how it operates as a category of social death in order for it to be compared with other struggles. So I do think that people can celebrate him talking about his culture and his issues, which I would never negate, while at the same time not trying to compare it to Blackness, because Blackness literally means social death. Literally means that you're socially removed from the spectrum of humanity. That is not something you can compare to other things. But I appreciate you, Smitty. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, fam. All right. We're going to let Covey drop. Sora Angel, go ahead. I know you got to drop, so I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say that I don't think Bad Bunny erased Kendrick's message at all. If anything, he expanded the conversation. Kendrick spoke from the Black American experience, and that message is still very loud and very clear. Bad Bunny spoke from the Latino experience. They're not competing. They're parallel to one another. Bad Bunny's performance wasn't just random. There was a whole storyline. It started with ego and individualism in Titi Me Preguntó, and it evolved into community, unity, and people coming together. That diversity on stage was very much intentional, and that was his message. And here's the bigger point. Sometimes people are uncomfortable with messages that challenge them. And that's not because they're bad people, but because we're not always educated about, culture, geography, or the fact that America is more than just one narrative. The United States doesn't have one single culture. It's built by immigrants, Black communities, Latino communities, Asian communities, by people, and that's what makes it what it is. Kendrick highlighted systematic struggles in the Black community, but Bad Bunny highlighted what's happening in Latinos communities. Both realities can still exist at the same time. That unity doesn't erase anyone's pain. It recognizes that multiple communities are fighting the same battles. The message wasn't about division. It was we, the people, are what makes this country run. So why do we divide ourselves instead of building, together? And I also want to add something about the song selection. Some people are dismissing Bad Bunny's performance because of the songs he shows, but those choices were intentional. For example, he used Lo Que Pasó en Hawaii, which is more than just a hit. It reflects relationships, consequences, and community interactions in everyday life. And that line about how everyone wants to be Latino, pero le falta sazón, is literally just a comment about how Hispanic people can be admired on the surface, but still face exclusion and disrespect. That's part of his message: Latino identity, pride, struggle, and inclusion. And that's interconnected with the broader theme of unity. So even if Americans don't understand every lyric or cultural reference, the deeper point is still there. People from different communities experience so many things, and we're stronger when we are recognized that together.
Wow.
That's my viewpoint. I just think that, we need to stop dividing ourselves as a country and just start bringing communities together. Because this country is built on a lot of different cultures, a lot of different communities. Like, why divide ourselves so much when our struggles, some struggles are harder than others, but nobody's struggle is beyond anybody else's struggle. Everybody has struggles. The main point and his main message was to unite. Unity. Why are we excluding ourselves? We're fighting the same battles.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sora Angel. Appreciate that. We're going to let you go. Thank you.
Can I add just one quick statement to what she said, Smitty?
Yeah,
just really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm so glad that you said that. I was talking to some friends about this today. There was Sunday was the Super Bowl. Obviously, people were reacting. Monday, kind of the same thing. And today, from what I'm seeing on panels and stuff, it seems to be kind of a referendum on what it means to be American. And I thought that you stated that beautifully. And I just wanted to highlight that because that seems like kind of what we're all kind of somehow discussing after Megyn Kelly's crash out about what it means to be American in this country coming from her as a white woman. I thought that you articulated that really well. And the more that I listen to everybody, the more I'm feeling that that's in some way or another what we're all talking about.
All right. And Sean, since I'm coming to you, give me 1 second. Thank you, Sir Angel. Thank you for coming up. That was very powerful. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna let her go. All right. Let me see here. Sash, I don't think you've had an opportunity yet. Go ahead, fam. 2 minutes.
Hey, sweetie. Hi, everybody. So I was still riding on a high from the performance. I thought the performance was beautiful. I loved the representation that I saw, down to everything. Everything, of course, was political through the performance. I'm sure we've already talked about that. I love the representation of like not only through the symbolism, but of like the body types and skin colors and the flags. I love seeing everybody. I'm sure everybody has seen like the videos that everybody has posted of seeing themselves being represented through the flags. And when he went down the list of all the different countries, and them hearing themselves being represented and being like, I never hear my country being represented, and hearing him say it. See, like this is why representation matters, right? And I love seeing those types of videos. So that was like the high that I was running on, right? And then I think today it finally started coming to light. Like I think that this type of performance needed to happen. I think especially within the Latino diaspora community, because it kind of showed what we're lacking. And I think that is an understanding of the problems with our community with colorism and the lack of understanding that with Afro Latinos in our community, and the lack of representation, and the lack of understanding, and the lack of that culture representation in our community. And like it just showed right here just a few minutes ago. And I think that we need to still have that conversation within our community. We need to still have that education within our community, because we're not going to unite if we don't sit down and reflect within ourselves. And I'm talking about the people within our community that are not Afro Latino. We need to have that conversation, because we're not going to unite if we don't sit back and look in the mirror at ourselves.
Thank you, Sash. Appreciate that. Carolina, go ahead, fam. 2 minutes.
Thank you, fam. Okay, so I'm still standing on business. Fuck Lady Gaga. She didn't belong there. Okay, anyway, got that out of the way.
Might get some pushback on it on the panel today, but go ahead.
Don't care. No colonizers in our spaces. Thank you. She did not belong there. I don't care what anybody says. Fuck her. She's gross anyway. Okay, anyway. So back to the business. One thing that I wanted to point out that I have noticed going on in the chat, and a little bit of what was going on up here earlier, is this it's either the separating blackness from Latinidad, or it's appropriating blackness as a part of Latinidad. And let me explain. I feel like those of us who are, like myself, indigenous Latina, or those who are Afro Latina, we deal with this on a daily basis, right? And prior, nobody ever wanted to be indigenous, and nobody ever wanted to admit their blackness in the community. It was depending on what area you were, one was worse than the other, whatever the case may be, which part of the Latin America you're from. And it was like this denial. Like we're not black, we have that ancestry, but we're not black, or my grandma was this, or my grandma was that. And then indigenous, right? Oh, we're not indios, like somos castellanos, like we're whatever. Now all of a sudden, it's like everybody wants to be both of those things. And it is causing a huge erasure, because I'm seeing a lot of y'all in the chat talking about representation of Afro Latino culture. And while there were some Afro Latinos depicted here, Benito is not Afro Latino. He's also not indigenous Latino. And I think that you guys mistake somebody being biracial or triracial generationally mixed. You're mistaking that with having like admixture, right? just because you have that ancestry does not mean you have the lived experience as an indigenous person or a black person in the Latino community. So when you guys are like I see a lot of y'all saying Puerto Ricans are black, Cubans are black, not all, and not all are indigenous either. So like, one, please stop separating blackness from Latinidad, because Afro-Latinos exist and they deserve to have their voices heard in this matter. But also, please stop insinuating that just because you may have some admixture in your DNA, that makes you Afro-Latino. You do not live the lived experience as a black person. Just like when y'all try to claim indigeneity, you don't live the lived experience that we have as indigenous people. So everybody needs to do better.
All right, thank you, Carolina. And if you're in the request and you disagree with Carolina's perspective on Lady Gaga, please let me know. I saw quite a few folks that were disagreeing in the comments. So if you're in the request and you're like, hey, no, I love the fact that Lady Gaga was up, which most people on the panel that we had earlier today were much more, I would say, in alignment that they loved that she was up. So feel free to come up for that last slot.
Well, you're going to have to fight me too. So just keep in mind, it's 2 against 1 when you bring your butt up here.
Me and Callie got this. We got it.
Okay. All right. Let me go to, let's go to Sean, and then we'll go to Antonio. Absolutely.
I want to kind of kick a door back open. I can't speak on the Latino community at all because I'm not Latino, but I am a descendant of American slaves, both on my mother and my father's side. I'm not FBA myself because that's ridiculous. But the entire conversation going towards like a reparations thing, I don't understand how this is not on the table. Like, I don't think. What happened?
You go, fam.
Oh, hey, I thought I heard somebody say something. I don't understand how this isn't on the table. Like, I don't think, from what I had heard, someone was talking about Black Americans and slaves building the United States and slavery being built off the back of the United States being built off the back of slavery. I don't think anyone's disputing that. But I just want to ask you a quick question, Smith. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah. So, Black Americans, I'm a descendant of American slaves and we built the United States, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the railroads real quick. Where'd they get the steel from? Where'd they get the rubber from, Smitty? Where'd they get the hemp from, Smitty? Where did they take all of these natural resources from in order for us to have the products to build railroads in the United States, Smitty? Africa and Latin America. There's no question. There's absolutely no question. Where'd they get the sand from? You think there's sand? Y'all think there's sand in Kansas? Y'all think it's just sand in Kansas to level the roads? That's what y'all think it is? Like, seriously, I don't understand how reparations is not on the table for any imperialized and colonized people. So I just wanted to go ahead and kick that door back open.
Thank you, fam. I appreciate that. I really do. Great points. Let's go to Antonio, and then we're going to go to Caterina. Antonio, 2 minutes. What do you want to come up and share with us tonight?
Hi. Yeah, hi, Smitty. Good evening. Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
So I wanted to preface this by saying I am Black American and El Salvadoran. So brown and black, as they would say. I lived in LA for 14 years, but now I live in Puerto Rico, and I've been here for almost 2 years now. And for me, I was obviously empowered by Kendrick's performance, me being Black American, having descended from, abducted, enslaved Africans. My folks are from Memphis and the Mississippi Delta. But also with Bad Bunny's performance, because I've been enveloped in Puerto Rican culture for the last 2 years. And I feel that many people stateside miss the point, not only because, you don't have to understand the language, but you would think that now that the show has passed, you could take a moment to actually see what the whole message was all about. And, I've been enveloped in the culture I started speaking Puerto Rican Spanish, Smitty. It is unlike any Spanish you have ever heard in your life, as you heard. It's definitely, I've been around the working class, and what Bad Bunny was trying to exert was a representation of the anti-colonial struggle that exists here in Puerto Rico. People here are trying to fight to stay here. They're fighting against a forced displacement and gentrification, a neglectful colonial government, a federal government that oppresses them. And doesn't matter if it's blue or red, Puerto Ricans are always going to be left out of the conversation. And I would dare say that in many cases, several progressive and even left sectors tend to keep Puerto Rico out of their conversation. Maybe if it's unintentional, maybe it's accidental, but it's because there's an entire different framework of how politics work here that you have to actually envelop and be in the day-by-day process here to comprehend and understand. And to go to the point of what Yaya said about Puerto Ricans searching for reparations, there have been no official, inquiries by the Puerto Rican government to get reparations a la CARICOM. Puerto Rico was not part of CARICOM because Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States. So I just wanted to verify that they cannot do their own affairs separate. And that's just something I just want to say. And that's really all I have. The anti-blackness from the Latinos unfortunately proved Yaya's point. It's like the worst person in the room just made a great point. It's like that meme of that bald white tee dude. That's kind of what sadly I saw with a lot of the Latinos here. And I've experienced that in my life, me being Black American and Salvadoran, where I was never fully accepted by my Latin side because there is anti-blackness within the Latino community. I've experienced here in Puerto Rico. I've had some pushback, but it's all a learning experience. Just my existence is a resistance in itself, and it's always a teaching moment with me. So that's my take on everything. That's how I feel about it.
All right, Antonio.
Okay. Can I just say one thing, clarify? Or
go ahead.
The worst person in the room thing, unnecessary. She was a Black woman who's very passionate about Black issues, the Black community. And while I don't agree with a lot of what she had to say, I don't think that makes her the worst person in the room. So.
All right.
I don't think he meant that she was. I think the room was very anti-Black towards her. That's what he's calling out. Because me, as a Black Latino person, yes, he's right. And I'll be honest, I definitely, and there's a reason for this, right? Because I was born in the United States. But like, when it comes to the Latino community, Black people are often erased. Black people are often forgotten. It is the way that the Latino community, right, engages in anti-Black behavior. I don't think he was, at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, Antonio, but I took that as everybody else was viewing her in that way. Not that she actually is the worst person in the room.
No, she isn't the worst person in the room. I believe that what she was trying to say was intentional.
I misunderstood what you meant, Antonio.
Yeah, because East LA's in here. That's the worst person. All right, let me shut the fuck up.
No,
okay, well, thank you for clarifying. I misunderstood what you meant by that. So
no, it's okay. It's okay. Not a problem.
All right, let me go to I am Shauna, and we're about to be gone in a few. But I want to get Katerina up here. We want to get you up here for a minute, so I'm glad you stayed patient. 2 minutes, fam. We'd love to touch on. We'd love if you could touch on the Lady Gaga part as well, but we'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I definitely want to touch on the Lady Gaga part. It's very important for me to address for a lot of reasons. But the most important thing is I want to come in with clarity and reality to like what I lived through in this America that is called the United States. I'm from New Mexico, and the thing that's interesting about this conversation is we're having conversations about like what is going on with the American culture, but American culture also includes indigenous people from northern New Mexico. The funny thing about the conversation.
So Katerina, I'm so sorry. You're a little far from the mic. Is it just me?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Am I back? Am I better now?
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I'm so sorry. There's like a echo for me over here. That's why. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
Okay, cool. So what I want to say is this. I agree on a lot of the things that have been said, but okay, so sorry, I lost my whole minute. Sorry, excuse my language.
You're good. Hold on, let's start over. Okay. We'll start over.
I'm so sorry. This is tough because I was not going to jump in on the Lady Gaga stuff, but I felt like that was important. But the indigenous stuff is what I wanted to talk about which is important here because it relates to Hawaii and Puerto Rico in a healthy way that I want to like express so we can get there. So Lady Gaga's presence didn't read to me as centering whiteness. It read to me as entering a space where she like did not control the narrative. She Latinized her song, and it's actually one of my favorite songs right now. And if you guys didn't know this, the song was released only a few weeks before the Grammys, and it won a Grammy before it even had time to shine. That song is powerful in a way that taught me love within myself. And what Lady Gaga did is she turned it into a salsa song, and she made me dance to it the Latina way that I know how to dance to music. That's what she did. I didn't see her as someone outside because she does stand with the rights of what I have to struggle with every single day in this country with this administration directly. I lost my benefits last year in January, and when I see people standing up for people who have lost their benefits just because their existence as a being is being determined by a book or by what white supremacist Christians believe, I have to follow suit and say, this person I have to have respect for. Mind you, that's the only white person I saw. And the one thing in my eyes, that's the only white person I saw in this performance. And what I heard at the end was inclusion. We have to have inclusion when it comes to identity as Americans. One thing that we're not including is the indigenous people of northern New Mexico. And they tie hand in hand to what we're having a conversation about, because their land, where I'm from northern New Mexico. I'm indigenous Native American, and I'm a Native American, Hispanic, and Black. With that conversation, we have to also recognize that there's treaties within my personal state of New Mexico, which is actually one of the only states in the country that white is the minority, first of all. And secondly, indigenous people exist there where their land was not only turned into a treaty, but the border crossed us in New Mexico. The border did cross us. Our land has not changed just because America decided to say we're the United States of America. We stand in our pride in our tribes in ways that we have treaties with this country, that we have our own law in our pueblos, we have our own justice system, we have our own police, and we have our own governors within a state, which relates to what Hawaii and Puerto Rico have gone through in this country, but it's been taken from us in different ways.
You don't talk, yeah. We'll probably have a little bit more dialogue with you, so just hang tight for a second. Let me let Carolina come in. Go ahead, Carolina. I know you wanted a minute. Go ahead.
I beg. Oh my goodness. Okay, first of all, from indigenous person to indigenous person, what tribal community are you from? Katarina, I'm asking you a question. You can answer real quick. You can come off mute. Okay. Katarina? Okay.
To be able to unmute.
So
maybe I shouldn't want to. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Anyway, so as an indigenous person, myself, and an enrolled tribal citizen,
my music started playing when I tried to unmute, and it's playing music at the same time. But I'm Okeowinge and Santa Clara.
Okay. So I am Lipainde, Lipan Apache, Mescalero Apache, and Purepecha. So I'm kind of confused on how indigenous people of New Mexico got brought into this. Because it wasn't the topic, and why it was like very specifically New Mexico. Like, I'm really confused about that. Additionally, Lady Gaga is not indigenous, and she has nothing to do with our community whatsoever. She is a white colonizer, a culture vulture, and a ZIO person. So like, I understand that there are people from, the LGBTQ community who like, have like this affinity towards her for like, her supporting the community, and that's fantastic, right? I personally, as a woman of color, will never understand standing for mediocre white artists or liking white musicians in the first place. I don't get it. Nothing I can relate to. But no, I don't. I think that's like totally missed here. And when you say that she was the only white person there, that's also false. There were white Latinos on stage, and people continue to forget that Latino is not a race. There were all different types of Latinos up there. I don't understand the lengths that we are going to defend the presence of a problematic figure like Lady Gaga being present. And it is just this idea of whiteness constantly have to being involved is somewhere. And what I have an issue with is I love that Kendrick did not acquiesce to that last year, and that of course it would be Latinos who do acquiesce to it. And which is why I'm getting tired of the comments about unity this, unity that. I don't have unity with my oppressors, and I don't have unity with culture vultures.
Thank you, Carolina. Catalina, if you want another 2 minutes to respond, I'll give it to you.
Awesome. Thank you kindly. I could use the 2 minutes, yes. I want to slow this down because I hear what you're saying about whiteness constantly needing to be present. And that's honestly, that's real historically, and I get that. Whiteness has centered itself in spaces that weren't built for it. And that critique isn't imaginary at all, because the one thing that I think we have to distinguish between whiteness asserting control and whiteness being present under someone else's control. In Kendrick's performance, he set the terms. In this halftime show, Bad Bunny set the terms. Lady Gaga did not determine the frame, the language, nor the symbolism or the narrative. She entered a structure that was already defined by someone else. That's what she did, to me, in my perspective. That's not the same as colonization. You know, colonization is about control, extraction, and erasure. Presence alone doesn't equal power. Now, on the unity piece, I understand not wanting unity with oppressors. Nobody is required to unify with systems that harm them, but I think unity in this context meant submission. I don't think it meant submission. I think it meant more like relative to a cultural coexistence without erasure is what I was feeling in my heart. Because if unity automatically equals surrender, then collaboration becomes impossible. And historically, collaboration across oppressed groups is what shifts power. From where I'm standing, I'm speaking as someone from indigenous pueblos in New Mexico. Colonization isn't abstract to me. It's land, it's treaties, it's governance. It's governance structures that will override sovereignty. So when I talk about expansion instead of exclusion, I'm asking anyone to hug their oppressor. I'm not. That's the last thing I'm doing. I don't want people to say, oh, let's hug the oppressor, because the oppressed and the oppressor are going through two different things. I'm asking us to be precise about where power was actually exercised in this moment. Bad Bunny held power in his performance, and that matters. Sorry.
You're good. You're on time. All right. Does anybody else want to come in on this piece? And then I think we're going to go into final comments, but if somebody else wants to come in.
Yeah. I just think it's very misleading to imply that that presence alone, the presence of a white person alone, does not carry some sort of power with it. If that were the case, we wouldn't have seen so much of this conversation directed towards Lady Gaga in this live and other lives and people making content. There have been countless people that have hyper focused in on whether or not she belonged there, whether or not she did a good job, whether or not, what her attire, whatever it was. So let's be real here. And that's just talking about this particular situation. But yes, we talk about white privilege all the time. White privilege is a power, right? Are we going to pretend like that doesn't exist simply because, in this context, he was the lead performer, the stage was his, and she came there at his behest? We're going to pretend like she didn't have any power in this situation. The entire focus of the performance shifted when she entered. When the camera panned to her, everybody began to question this or be excited to see it or whatever it was. But the focus of the performance definitely shifted. And the following days, we have had nothing but conversations about her belonging and such. So with that, I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Callie. Anybody else want to jump in?
Can I ask a question to people?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Swan.
I know that there was comments made about what he said right before he introduced her in or like gave her the mic. What do y'all think about that? I thought it was interesting. But
I can chime in on that.
I want to hear what
I think
y'all
it's
think
interesting, but I don't think
Yeah.
she needed to sing. I don't think she cool. Show her face, that face.
So
Like,
you
show
took it
it
as
and then
like
bounce. Like she didn't need to perform, and she definitely didn't need to be performing salsa
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I'm saying like you guys understood it as because people there's been like back and forth on it. I took it to be like this is what you wanted, like you know what I mean? Like there's this white person here because y'all always want to have whiteness
Yeah.
included. That's how I took it. Okay.
I
Go ahead,
want to
Antonio.
chime in on this if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
And then you're
so-
probably gonna be the final comment because I'm fading fast.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So basically, I think that, so like in the music industry, sometimes there are just little worms in politics that you kind of don't want to work with. I feel like Benito and his team at Rimas may have had a different vision than what the NFL wanted to do. They still had to kind of remind him that this is a global audience and this is a, sport that is, American in terms of the United States. So I feel that there was probably some pushback over the course of several weeks. And I feel like the addition of Lady Gaga, just based on how it kind of just showed up, it felt very last minute. Like, I feel like it was just like everything had a plan. And when he kind of just said, oh, okay, like, it's just like, oh, this is what
Lady
you want.
Gaga was supposedly last. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm done.
You sure? Go ahead, Antonio, if you had anything.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I kind of felt that it was definitely something that was kind of just added, just based on the way that he said it. It's almost like, yeah, she's here, and yeah, she's here, but maybe this. I think he kind of had a feeling that this was gonna throw some people off. Because I'll tell you one thing: when I was watching it at a viewing party here in Puerto Rico, people were very mixed about it. Like, they were just like, when they saw her on screen, they were just like, wait, what's she doing here? It was kind of like that type of thing. Like, we were all going through this whole story of, from, the sugar cane to the diaspora to Perreo and the La Casita and then the wedding. And we thought that, maybe somebody that was Puerto Rican or within the Latin community was going to be the guest singer, possibly. But, I will say that definitely from my personal experience, I'm speaking for everybody, that many people were very much caught off guard, and a lot of people were not really necessarily fans of it down here. They were just kind of like, what does this have to do with the performance? At least you could even brought Bruno Mars, because Bruno Mars has a connection to Puerto Rico. He's Puerto Rican and Filipino, and on the Pacific coast, and Hawaii's on this Pacific coast. That could have worked, but it all just felt it felt forced. It felt like just very like out of the blue. It felt inauthentic to the whole message of what Benito was trying to convey.
Okay. All right. Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I would normally let the rest of y'all get in on a last statement, but I am fading fast. I'm tempted to do one more live on this tomorrow morning because there were so many people that wanted to come up this morning when I did the live in the morning, but we'll see. If not, we'll go back to doing some of the other stuff that is also very important. Okay, a lot of people saying do it. All right. So we'll see. All right. Appreciate all you guys. Y'all stay safe. Y'all take care. I will be on. Somebody said what time? Around 7:30 or so a.m. Pacific. Much love. Thank you. See y'all soon.
Good night, Smitty.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
Space for everyone. Carolina and everyone on here. I love you guys. Your voices are so powerful and I respect you. And I love hearing your guys' input. So thank you so much for that.
Merci Véro. Merci Miss. Bah là, je peux pas vous mentir. Hein. On voit qu'il pleut. On entend qu'il pleut, je veux dire. Ah, Tado, le délan, il est pas là. Là, c'est la rue qui arrive à Saint-Sulpice. Tu allumes la douche. Bien. Ah non. Bon, je vous raconte pas l'histoire. Hein. Me reprovoquez pas comme la dernière fois. Hein. Bah, heureusement que j'ai pris un parapluie, sinon je pourrais pas faire de live. Hein. Le matériel sous la pluie tiendrait pas. Hein. Ivry en live, non. Aurélie. Bonjour celle. C'est celle-là. C'est la mairie qui est... c'est bizarre. C'est bleu, vert, blanc, rouge. Merci en passage. Journée. Mais c'est le drapeau de quoi? De l'Iran? Pourquoi ils ont mis cette couleur? Je sais pas. Là c'est Saint-Sulpice mais on voit rien. Béa.